because I guess he said Canelo, but he talked more about Ryan, so I wonder why. Oh, because he said people always talking about Canelo, but they ain't talking about Lubin, which he has a point. Like Lubin's not as good as Canelo, but Erickson Lubin is pretty damn good, and they buried him for the better part of 7 years for no reason. And there is a point because you hear more people talk about Virgil Ortiz than they do Boots Ennis.
This is round 0, by the way. This
is the 13th round. This is the ring walk.
This is
the ring walk. What has been going on with wrestling though?
Finish what you were saying. Like you started to say something.
No, I was just saying like you don't. Floyd's argument was they don't really talk about these black fighters, these up and coming black fighters, and they don't. He's right, and like I look at Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz, Mexican fighter, Boots Ennis. They're kind of on the same exact path, and I like.
I'm going to reset. I'm going to give you
for sure. I like Virgil Ortiz. He's a dope young fighter. I like him just as much as Boots. But you always hear about Virgil Ortiz, and they be trying to sneak him in like pound for pound, and he's the next pound for pound king, and they don't ever talk about Boots Ennis. And to me, it don't make no sense because they're the same. They're on the same trajectory. I think they're about the same talent wise. I like Boots a little bit more, but that's because he fights the way I like a little bit more. That might be it. Virgil is a dope fighter, but all you hear is Virgil, but you never hear about Boots. And I don't get it. Cincinnati.
Cheryl from Elk Grove's on her way to Cincinnati.
Nah, be more.
I mean, Cheryl, that's what I meant. Cheryl from Baltimore. Sorry.
What's in the natties, Cheryl? That's crazy. Never been to Cincinnati. Roddy was good. John, yeah, I'm good, man. What you mean? Of course I'm good.
Hey, here we go, Joe. That's what's up. Love it, love it, love it. Glad they came in. We had our first jogger sighting yesterday.
I saw that.
We had our first joggers sighting. So that's a freaking relief.
That reminds me.
Still took them off the website, but
where is this thing?
Cheryl says she's just relaxing before the holidays.
All right, I ain't mad at it. It's cold in Cincinnati. Matter of fact, you can go to the game on Sunday. Go to that Niners game.
Man, this I got to come up with a new poll question. This is lopsided.
What's the question?
What would you rather see happen? The Kings work a deal with Portland around CJ, Indiana around Sabonis and or Turner. 90% says Indiana.
Yeah.
Dumb.
Yeah, CJ is
come up with.
I was reading a lot about that. Or listening to a lot about that this morning. It's
whoever comes up with that stuff is fired.
Well, he's been having a good run. He's allowed one tough one.
You're fired. We vibing out today, baby, here on this December 7th. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And collectively, we are D-Lo and KC. Matt George going to be with us in the 3 o'clock hour, and we've got some Kings basketball to talk about. Not a Kings game tonight, not a Kings game yesterday. We just kind of get to sit back, put our feet up, and get hypothetical because there's all sorts of rumors out there surrounding the Portland Trailblazers, surrounding the Indiana Pacers. The guy who does the poll questions for D-Lo and KC was fired this morning for coming up with this idiotic question.
Cut him some damn slack.
No, he's fired. Pretty much everybody who's jumped into YouTube has already cast a vote, and this is as lopsided of a poll as I've ever seen. This is what I expected the Luke Walton poll to look like. What would you rather see happen? The Kings work a deal with Portland around CJ or Indiana around Sabonis and or Turner? Right now, with the show being exactly 1 minute old and that poll being up for about 30 minutes, 89% of the voters, now 90, because you guys are smartasses, 90% of the voters say Indiana. So, end poll, and we'll come up with a new question that might be a little bit more tantalizing than that one. So we'll talk a lot about trade scenarios. A lot of people got their eyes on next week, right? It's next Thursday, next Wednesday, 1 week from tomorrow.
The 15th?
Yeah. Like all of a sudden, it's like December 15th is the new trade deadline. Like we're locked in to December 15th thinking it's going down. It's going down. Okay.
It's going down.
Was that the Selly Cell like lead?
Yeah, tonight it goes down.
Not everybody knows. You got to finish it off. That's good stuff right there. So we'll do. It's getting harder and harder to take Dame Lillard on social media seriously. Talking about y'all love drama, but your boy did an interview with The Athletic and just sounded broken. Y'all, I think Portland is crushing CJ's heart and soul out there.
You know what, Damian? I wish these people would listen to me, man. I wish they listened to me.
I hope they listen.
Your
whole livelihood depends on people listening to you.
What I say all summer? I said this thing is done.
I know.
Yes, I don't know what you're trying to do.
Yep.
Make the move now. Blow this thing up now, because it's not going to end good. Or I shouldn't say good. Maybe it ends just fine, like no hard feelings or nothing. But it's only going to end one way, and that's with Dame, CJ, Nurkic, all being out of Portland. You could add your own little sweepstakes around. And look, you could add your own sweepstakes before Damian Lillard struggled to the season.
Yeah. Yeah. We talked, when you're doing things like meeting with the entire front office contingent, which, by the way, no longer exists, in Las Vegas before you board a plane to leave for the next 3 weeks, and there's speculation that you're going to get on the plane and call them and be like, get me out of here by the time I return. Like that's probably not the best scenario for the Portland Trailblazers to be in, or Dame Lillard. When you have a player who's at the start of a 4-year contract extension, is uneasy about the future of the franchise. It's Dame, meet Russ. Y'all share space up there in the Pacific Northwest. Get acquainted with each other, because y'all are in the same exact spot. Y'all started the same exact thing before your respective seasons started. Russell Wilson went on the Dan Patrick show and said, "Oh, I'm frustrated. I'm this, I'm that. I'm total non-Russell Wilson stuff," he said. And again, once you open that box, toothpaste is out of the tube, genie's out of the bottle, whatever analogy you want to use, you ain't going to be able to fix it. Dame Lillard, same thing. Yusuf Nurkic, they all had something to say after the playoff series ended.
Yeah.
From the second that stuff becomes public, it's over. Look at the Seahawks. It's over. I'm gonna hold my tongue and not go as far as to say that it's over for Portland, because that would just mean something terrible for Sacramento. Is that reverse jinx thing?
Yeah. At this point, though, try something different. We're always worried about a reverse jinx. Just throw it out there and see what happens. Nothing ever good happens.
We hashtag Rip City was furious with us.
Oh, yeah.
And our man KD before the season started, when we said, yo, Sacramento should be better than Portland. Oh, they were furious. Well, not that either of them are particularly good, but they're in the same exact tier. I think Portland right now is one game better, at least one game in the win column better than Sacramento is. Point being, KC, this whole
the ship
thing
be sinking with a P.
That's it.
It be sinking.
That's
all right.
it.
Because, yeah, I watched them last night, and I don't think CJ played last night either. He's hurt or whatever's going on with CJ right now. Dame's hurt, and they couldn't handle the Clippers. The Clippers just overwhelmed them towards the end of that game. And if Dame thinks bringing in Ben Simmons is the answer, don't make him the GM.
You know what that
don't
is?
Make Dame the GM.
You know what that is?
And that's not even shade towards Ben. It's just like, that's not the answer. Like, that's not going to get you where you think you want to go.
Well, it's not, because you've got to give up something to get Ben Simmons.
Exactly.
Just like I'm not going to go so far as to say you've got to gut your team, but pretty damn close to it. Like you've got some things to do there. And I feel like the Ben Simmons line, while I think higher of Ben Simmons than you do, I think when you have lines like Dame Lillard in Portland, with the position that they're in, talking about go get allegedly go get Ben Simmons, it's, we've hit that level of desperation. Okay. Are we going to transition to Kyrie Irving here pretty soon? Asking. I don't know. But yeah, I feel like Portland and Dame are hitting levels of desperate. Now you're already reading stuff about Chauncey Billups, and you're reading stuff about the way he's or the way players are responding to him. And it's like, man, you put that dude in a position to fail. Like you put Chauncey Billups in a position to fail. You would, and it's not just Chauncey. You were going to put by firing Terry Stotts and not blowing this all up at the same time. Yeah. You put whoever took that head coaching job, and it happened to be Chauncey Billups, in a position to fail.
Yeah, man. And the Portland, whoever takes that job, whoever's in control, they're going to have to sit down and have a come to Jesus moment with the owners of that franchise, and just be real. Like, look, we've gone as far as we can go. Mm-hmm. We paid everybody that we were supposed to pay. And now it's put us in a position where we can't get, like when we paid those guys, it was, we're paying them hoping it works out with these guys. Mm-hmm. Not, we'll pay him and we can move them for better pieces later. No, it was you took the shot to make it work with these guys. It didn't work. The best course of action in Portland is to move on from everybody. Bottom out. That's the only way to get the books reset. Mm-hmm. That's the only way to try and, get some good young talent in there.
Yeah, it feels like they're going to throw a couple of Hail Marys first. And it sounds like, at least I have no idea. Dame can go to social media and talk about how media outlets love drama, and I believe Bleacher Report does. But I also believe that there are reporters that do their job. Case in point, the CJ McCollum article, because these are CJ's words,
right?
So these aren't sources close to CJ say this. Like these are CJ words. CJ doesn't sound like everything's fine,
right?
The way CJ McCollum was talking in that article, it very much does not sound like everything is cool in Portland, and all of these reports that we're reading, they're not real. Those are make believe. That's the media loving drama. Dame might want to get on the same page as CJ before he goes popping off on social media, because normally people rep Dame pretty hard. I checked the quote tweets on Dame's they love drama tweet. The amount of, damn, bro, just stop. Damn, bro, just get out of bro, no one questions your loyalty, dude. Just get out of Portland before it's too late. Like the amount of those versus, yeah, Dame, tell him, was as it was as bad as that poll question that was posted for 1 minute of the show. This is as bad as that.
Yeah, and the other thing you talk about, CJ, doesn't sound like everything is all good. Nurkic at the end of the season, was sounding like nothing was all good, and they just kind of ran it back like it was all cool. Look,
which is what Nurkic literally said. We can't run it back.
Mm-mm.
We need to change something. And it's all Terry Stotts' fault.
Mm.
That's the approach they took. It's all Terry Stotts' fault. Chauncey Billups is going to fix everything.
Well, yeah, that's they failed. They failed with that, or it's not over yet. But at least for this season, they rolled the dice, and it's time to move on.
But that's the thing, though. They did fail because their aspirations aren't when you have Dame and CJ, your aspirations aren't to playing. Your aspirations aren't to break a 15-year playoff drought. Dame's issue is, and I think this is a line from the Athletic article, is getting to the playoffs isn't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be playing late in the playoffs. They want to be playing in the last or second to last series of the playoffs. That's dead.
I'm going to tell you right now, I can guarantee you that's over.
Yeah, talk about it, Mr. Halliburton.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Ain't happening.
It's not happening. And I saw that. I saw that last year. And look, I'm not attached to it. So there's certain things where, we talk about the Kings, and I probably feel how Blazers fans feel about, guys in Sacramento talking about the Blazers. Like, no, y'all tripping. I'm not attached to this. I saw the writing on the wall. They don't have enough. They didn't have enough. They would have been lucky to win one series last year. They couldn't even do that. And they ran it back. They ran it back and lost pieces. Yeah. They lost Carmelo. You know what I mean? I think it was another guy they lost.
Well, I'm going to give you some time to think about it because I just looked at the clock, man, and we're getting going here quick early in the show. If you want to jump in and be a part of the conversation, we'd love to hear from you. 916-349-1320. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're going to talk a lot of Kings. We're going to talk a lot of NBA. We're going to talk a lot of rumors. We've also got our Week 13 power rankings on the way. A lot more ahead. Hang out with us. We're just getting started. Steeling with KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. By the way, KC, I'm going to go ahead. There's no sound of this video, but I got this Las Vegas edition on. Let's boom. Hey.
Yes, indeed. Sitcom collection. Come on, man, for the culture.
Yeah, I don't even know if they can hear us. Honestly, don't know. You guys can't hear us when those videos play, do you? But yeah, peep that. Peep that right there.
Yeah, I like that Fresh Prince one. It's crazy.
Dave Garcia. Shout out to Dave Garcia Designs. Dave Garcia 209 in the chat. We're going to try to work on something with Dave Garcia to show him some more love on the show. But
that's really dope.
And then he hit us with the blackish one is my favorite. Like,
yeah, you showed me that last night. I said, that's what we doing.
And I get it. It doesn't make any sense. But if you know the show,
then it makes all the sense in the world.
But that's it. That's all it's about. Like if you know the show, you get it. But everything's 25% off right now, and that's running for a minute. We'll pop it. We'll leave it there. Everything is 25% off right now. DeloandKC.com, and that sale is going to go on for a while. So DeloandKC.com, 25% off everything, including the new Fresh Prince gear, the blackish gear, and all the in the living color. Everything is 25% off, except the joggers because you can't find them. And the Las Vegas edition, come on, man. I know we ain't Raider Nation here, but boy, this silver and black look good.
It's all good. The silver and black is nice.
Black look good, boy.
It's nice.
Yeah, huh?
I ain't got.
That's cap. Somebody boot Stephen Brown out the chat, man. You ain't gonna just come on here and take my misses like that, man.
Calm down.
Get Stephen out of here.
Calm down.
She's mine, man. But yeah, I know. Yeah, man.
Well, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, that's true.
They'll understand.
Get rich or go broke trying.
Work for Harbaugh.
See? Okay, shut up. I'm tired of these jokes. That's right. That's it, Terrence. It's the only time you get a shout out is when we rock. We named it the Las Vegas edition, so it's good enough. I don't know that there's unless his name is Dame Lillard. I mean, I ain't gonna turn my nose up at any of them, but I'm not gonna. And I love CJ, but is that what we need? That's just not.
No, CJ don't work. He doesn't work without giving up 2 of the 3 guards, maybe not even just one.
Mm-hmm.
We might have to give up 2 of them.
I love that, Tyler. That's the one we need to watch closer, is the Indiana one.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I got my thoughts about that one too, though. I'm saying for the show, I got my thoughts about that.
About Indiana?
Yeah.
Okay. I already got the previews for next week. I didn't need the previews for next week. I needed the recap of yesterday. Where are we at here? That last night's game had to be some type of record
For
least passes.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
There it is. Patriots throw fewest passes in a game in 48 years.
Come on.
The 3 attempts were the fewest in Patriots history, and the 2 completions were tied for their lowest in a game. Patriots have a 42% chance of earning the 1 seed in the AFC and a 63% chance of winning the AFC East. But the Dolphins making their run. They're coming for everybody's neck. All right. Keep it quiet. Odyssey 1320 AM, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We hope you'll come hang out with us, spend your dark afternoon with us. We're going to speak with Matt George coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Matt George, of course, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Lots of NBA rumors out there right now, most of them centering around Portland, who we started the conversation about today, and Indiana as well, as Shams reported just a little bit over an hour ago that the Indiana Pacers, who claim to be stuck in NBA purgatory. Wow.
Didn't they? Well, they made the play-in last year, but they made the playoffs the year before.
So
that's purgatory, huh?
We are, in fact, in hell. Like, wow. All right. Because if that's purgatory, there ain't nothing left for this to be other than hell.
They tripping.
But Shams wrote that they're looking to start the rebuild process. And as we head into the trade deadline in February, Sabonis, I think Karis LeVert was mentioned. Miles Turner is a guy who we talked a lot about this offseason. It feels like, and it's an awfully interesting thing to do, is just kind of throw it out there to one of the top NBA reporters that essentially your whole roster is available. Certainly the key members of your roster are available.
They didn't leave any stone unturned when they talked about when they talked about who's available there.
By the way, the Pacers are, I mean, they're 10-16, but you know, the East is a little bit more competitive. There are some teams getting themselves together right now who weren't particularly playing well. It'll be interesting to watch. Maybe not Saturday, but it'll be interesting to watch Cleveland move forward to see kind of where they settle in on as this season just kind of gets into that I don't want to call it a lull, but kind of that, okay, the season's not young anymore, but we're not quite at the All-Star break yet. Like, just when we get into that, just kind of get into that flow, it'll be interesting to see where Cleveland lands up. I'm actually looking forward to watching that game on Saturday because I've watched Cleveland a couple times. They've been interesting to watch. And
Cleveland, when you talk about Cleveland and what they've got going on, they're at least they're young, right? You know, Indiana's the people that they have on that roster, they're not going any higher than where they are. You know what I mean? And it's about time. Well, I think they already paid Sabonis and Turner, but you paid them. It's not going any higher. Ship those guys out. Cleveland, those guys are kind of ascending, right? Like you can say Evan Mobley is ascending, or I guess they match Jared Allen this offseason, but they got guys that are on the come up, and they still got a trade chip with Colin Sexton. If they want to use that as well. So Isaac Okoro, he's in his second year, so they're ascending. Indiana's not ascending. I wouldn't say they're going down. I'm just saying they're like, this is about where they're at. And if 10 and 16, maybe being a 9th or 10th seed is the ceiling for this group, yeah, why not? Why not blow it up?
Did Carlisle take that job?
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yeah, Rick Carlisle.
But they made them. They hired. It was Bjornsson first.
Yeah,
and that was a disaster. Boy. Ooh. I feel that's there's a lot. I mean, we talked a lot about Miles Turner this offseason as someone that we hoped the Kings would kind of poke around at. And obviously, this is often lost in the trade universe. And I don't know that this I have never once attempted to execute a trade on the trade machine.
Come on, man. It's fun.
It is not. It is stupid. But I don't know if there's a setting that says, you try to execute a trade and it just fires back at you like, no, they're not interested.
There should be.
just a quick note. No, trade denied. Indiana not interested. And I think that's one thing that, when we talked about guys like Miles Leonard, we talked about home run swings. I think Domantas Sabonis was one of the guys where, we were talking this offseason. I know James Ham brought him up repeatedly. Like, if you're going to take a home run swing, if you're Monte McNair and you've got this deal out there that you can, attempt to utilize, then Sabonis is a guy.
Yes.
But before the season, it takes you've got to have a team who wants to dance with you. And I don't know that Indiana, I don't know that Rick Carlisle or that entire group there thought the season would go this way. And maybe now they're like, hey, Rick, maybe we'll have you oversee this rebuild that we're doing.
Well, the funny
or oversee this rebuild that we're about to do.
The interesting thing about that is, I don't know why they didn't think it would be that way. They had essentially the same team and were around a 9 seed last year. The East has gotten stronger. They didn't do much to add to their team. I don't know why they thought it will go any different. Maybe they look at it and they say, Karis LeVert was out sick dealing with, his health issues for some of the season. And they said, maybe, we have him back and, we can rise up. And now they're seeing it and it's not the way it's going to go. So maybe that's the case, but I'm not sure why they wouldn't have seen it going this way. I don't.
Yeah, maybe it was. I don't.
And they're not terrible. It's not like it's a disaster. It's just this is kind of what it is. And
and it's probably going to get worse too because now they're without TJ McConnell also.
Yeah.
Like he's out for it. Not that he's a 25 point a game guy. He would be if they played Sacramento every night. But he's a solid part of what they're doing. And now you start to. Little things start to add up. It's like what we were talking about with Denver. Like Denver's had some big things that are adding up to be a gigantic thing. Indiana, they've had enough small things line up where it's like, all right, we've got to figure out what we're doing here. And you have to ask, like, what were their goals headed in to the year? Was it simply playoffs? Because I don't know how you look at. I don't think this roster's bad, by the way. At all.
Indiana, right?
Yeah. Indiana. I don't think this roster is bad at all. But like, are you competing with Milwaukee in Brooklyn? Are you even competing with Boston and teams like that? Like where are you in this mix? Are you top 6, top 8? Like what were your expectations headed into this year? And maybe they did have certain expectations with Rick Carlisle coming in. And as Rick Carlisle, with Rick Carlisle as coach for a little bit, maybe he pulled the GM aside and ownership aside and said, hey, been around this game a long time. This ain't it.
This ain't it.
This ain't it. We need to start looking ahead at how we can, build a serious contender, and this isn't it.
No. So that little bit of news triggered a lot of trade machine work. And
see, you had your head down for a few minutes. Were you in that stupid trade machine?
No, I wasn't in the trade machine.
Okay.
I'm just handling a little business.
Okay.
Well, I was multitasking. I heard everything he said, but
I know you did. I was just like, I'm looking at him like, I swear to God, if he says I just inputted these names into the trade machine and it works, I would have left.
But look, here's the thing with the trade
caraway for the next 3.5 hours.
I can, like you mentioned though, I can find a trade that works contractually.
Sure.
Right. That doesn't mean it's going to work logically.
And I think that was the death of the poll question. CJ McCollum doesn't make sense.
No.
Here, we're talking about here. CJ McCollum doesn't make sense. As good as he is. And as much as we're looking for, like, okay, if we can't have Dame, can we have another CJ? Yeah, just not that CJ. we need like 3 years ago CJ.
And the thing about it with CJ is, in my opinion at least, you're not getting CJ without moving probably 2 of those guards.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 2 of them. And, whatever
and if you
combination
believe
you're thinking of. But
Tyrese can do that, then don't do it.
Yeah.
Like you don't do it.
Yeah. I'm not.
Because they're not asking for Buddy. Believe it or not, I don't think the league is clamoring for Buddy Hield. Just my opinion. I could be completely wrong. But he is still a Sacramento King. So
yeah. So, with Indiana, I just look at it where obviously everybody's going to talk about Sabonis and Turner. And Turner, I like Turner, but I'm not sure what you do with Miles Turner with Rashawn Holmes. Right? Like, I'm not going to go so far to say they occupy the same space, but I'm not sold on. Sabonis obviously would be a better deal, but let's just be honest here. You moving Sabonis, you're trying to get Sabonis. A trade discussion can't start if I'm Indiana if it doesn't involve Halliburton or Fox. Just can't start.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you're willing to move one of those 2, I would get Sabonis out of your head. I don't even think Davion and Buddy and Bagley will do it. I don't even think that's the case. And then
Davion, Buddy, and Bagley for Sabonis wouldn't do it.
I don't think so. Think so.
But I don't think you can get like what's like I don't know. I mean,
19. Like you bring back a Jeremy Lamb.
So now I was going to say you're gonna have to throw someone. You're gonna have to throw someone else in there.
Right. T.J. Warren or Jeremy Lamb or something like that. You got to throw one of those guys in there. So
okay.
I don't know, man. I just don't. I don't see a situation where you get those guys without giving up Halliburton or Fox.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I agree. I think Sabonis is the only one that we're talking about, Fox or Halliburton.
Yeah, for sure. But I hear a lot of people talking about Sabonis, and if you want to talk about Sabonis, you got to have the conversation of who would you rather trade, Halliburton or Fox. And to be honest with you, it would probably be Halliburton because of the contract.
What they're doing, yeah.
So if you're willing to give up Halliburton, which I'm not sure I'm ready to do that for Sabonis, I'm not sure about that. I didn't say I wouldn't. I said I'm not sure.
When will you be sure? When the trade is executed?
And then
I don't want to lose.
Who's playing shooting guard? So, like, if you make that move, right, for Halliburton, you probably ask for. I mean, if you could, like, this would be great. I think it might be too much, but if you could, you'd you'd ask for Karis LeVert back, right? And that would be your shooting guard. But that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean that's a full on switch. That now you're including Buddy in that deal, because now you're exchanging you're not massive contracts. You're exchanging big contracts here. You're not. It's not a it's not a Jeremy Lin who's like $9, $10, $11 million somewhere around there. Like Karis LeVert's probably $18, $19 million a year player.
So, I got a deal. I was on the trade machine earlier, just in preparation for this.
Okay.
I want to know what the people got to say. Sabonis and LeVert for Buddy, Bagley, and Tyrese.
Sabonis and LeVert for Buddy, Bagley, and Tyrese. I do it. I do it.
Damn.
I do it.
Tyrese, my boy, I can't believe you're ready to just ship him out of here like this.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Love Mr. Halliburton.
Mr. Halliburton. I mean, Mr. Halliburton, if we trade Tyrese, are you still going to listen, man?
Love.
That's all I need to.
Look, come on. Like, if we're talking about love Mr. Halliburton, love Tyrese Halliburton as well. But does it boil down to this? Maybe this is what it all boils down to, because we talked about this group, this court. Well, you're getting Buddy out of here. You're getting Bagley out of here, who we know doesn't, or at least didn't want to be here. I assume he still doesn't. But if you make that deal, if that's even a deal to be made, that means you believe in De'Aaron. Yeah, because you're moving on from Tyrese. If you moved on from De'Aaron, that obviously that says something about how you felt about De'Aaron, but it also says something about how you feel about Tyrese. If you move on from Tyrese, am I wrong in thinking that says something in how you feel about De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would think so. I think. I would think that says something about that. We where's it at? Our guy John Boy says the Pacers aren't touching that without picks. I mean, I don't think it's that toxic. But if you're the Pacers and you're talking about a rebuild, you're getting rid of, what's my math looking like right here? About $36 million, and you're getting an expiring, and you're getting Tyrese on a rookie deal.
So Tyrese, I guess the gist of that. Would be
taking Buddy, so that's an issue, but it's declining. That's what everybody else tells.
No, it's true. You'd have 2.5 years left on that, but you're probably sort of looking at Tyrese as a draft pick. He's in his second year, so like, I know it's not an actual, but you know what I mean here. Like you're looking at it like we're getting a really, really young player that we could build around. And I do think there's some validity to what John's saying. There might have to be a first rounder. I don't know how. I don't know that you get into multiple first rounders, because I don't feel like
I'm giving you Tyrese and expiring and taking back all that money. No, you're not getting no multiple first round. You might get a first rounder from me.
Yeah, because that deal doesn't feel lopsided to me. That doesn't feel like take this. That doesn't even necessarily feel like it. It's rare, but that kind of feels like a deal that works for both teams.
It does. The only thing that makes that sketchy is Buddy. And it's not, no, I'm not even saying it's the player. I'm just saying he's making 22
contract.
So that's the only, for a team that's looking to unload a bunch of contracts and money and all this other stuff. That's the only thing that makes it sketchy. That's a fair trade, though. I think that's a fair trade. And like I said, you get you talk about draft picks. I'm giving you a potential franchise point guard with 3 years left on his rookie deal. He's under club control. He would be under club control for the next 7-8 years.
So what's more appealing? If you were running the Indiana Pacers, what would be more appealing to you? The scenario you just laid out with the Kings and Tyrese Halliburton, or, and this is inevitably going to happen, the contender, or on the verge of being a contender, who comes along and offers 3 first-round picks for Sabonis. And remember, that's not
Contender?
3.
Like if they don't have them, I don't think. But if the Lakers came around doing that,
sure. But I was thinking something more like, I mean, fine. We can use the Lakers as an example. We'll just pretend like the Lakers have the picks. Are you more? Is it more appealing to have like the actual draft capital of first round picks than it is Tyrese?
To me, I'm gonna go with Tyrese when you're talking about like the Lakers team, or we'll say the Jazz, right? Because they actually have the picks. So the Jazz came around. Like, yeah, I go with Tyrese, and I probably come back to Monty, and I'd be like, can we get like this conditional first round pick, a protected one that, over time, if it doesn't reach here, then it goes next year. And I try to do one of those because I'm not a big proponent. First round picks sound great in theory, but I'm not a big proponent of giving a potential finals team this player, talking about I'm getting first round picks back and I'm getting like the 28th pick every year.
Right, but remember, so that's the difference between a Utah team and, say, like a Los Angeles or a Brooklyn or something along those lines. Because memory serves me correctly, you can't trade like the 2022 pick and the 2023 pick, right? The 2024 pick. It's got to be 2022, 2024, 2026. So maybe the 2022 is whatever, but now you could start looking at the 2024 like, all right, that could be a better pick, and then the 2026 pick is better. I hate the idea of stockpiling picks. I feel like we saw Danny Ainge do this for a decade, and it didn't amount. I don't even know what are they just in Danny's briefcase? Like, I don't even know where those picks are. Did they just select guys with them, and it was like, oh, Danny Ainge has got all this draft capital. He's got this, he's got that. Did he just make picks and keep it moving? He drafted some good guys for sure, but there was always, the Celtics, watch out for the Celtics. They got this, they got that. And it's like, yeah, Danny didn't
turn into nothing
with them. So, he drafted fine players with them. I'm just saying it didn't, like, I remember, not to bring up this again, but the DeMarcus Cousins thing. There was always DeMarcus in Boston, because they had the draft capital to do it, and there were always rumblings that Danny Ainge wanted to do it. And I just think those picks are in Danny's briefcase at the house.
It's like money in the bank.
That's it. But they expired. They're like expired coupons. They don't work anymore, Danny. You didn't use them.
Yeah. I think in a couple of them, though, I don't want to say they got screwed, but they got a little bit of bad luck, because the one was supposed to be a Kings pick the year they won 39. So I think they got the pick, but somehow it ended up being like 13 or something like that. They were hoping it was going to be top.
It was like the best possible scenario that it could be.
And then I think the same thing happened with Memphis with one of their picks as well, where it was they acquired it thinking it was going to be this top 5 pick, and they ended up being like 13 or 14.
That wasn't even that long ago. It's like a couple seasons ago that was that big.
So,
I'm with you though. I'm 100%. I'm 100%
the picks for Kyrie.
Sure, I don't know. He didn't have like a Presti stockpile of picks. He had a lot of them.
Yeah, quite a few.
He had a lot of them.
Yeah, quite a few.
And
gave one of them up for Kyrie.
Yeah, I feel like most of them are on the team. Like, I'm just gonna pick with it. Like, I didn't get what I wanted. I'm just gonna pick with it.
But to your original point, though, I mean, if I'm Indiana and I got an opportunity to get a guy like Tyrese Halliburton, once again, a pretty verified young ball player in his rookie deal, early in his rookie deal, and I got club control over him, especially somewhere in Indiana where, much like Sacramento, you're not attracting free agents. If I got a guy that I think is that good and I've got club control over him for this 3 years of his rookie deal and then probably another 4 or 5. So we're talking 7, 8 years. I mean, yeah, I'm I'm highly intrigued by that. You got Marvin Bagley, who's on and expiring, but you actually would have club control over him too, right? Is that how that works?
Say it again.
Marvin Bagley, he's on and expiring, but you
No, because they didn't. I don't think so. Because they didn't pick up. I don't know. Is Tim Maxwell still in here? I get confused with this because
Kings have.
I know there's the
have,
qualifying offer thing that everybody is watching to see how far it drops.
They have control over what they do with Bagley. Like, I think he's a restricted free agent.
Okay.
I think. I could be wrong.
So they would have to. So they would have to extend the qualifying offer that I think now is like 6 or 7 million.
Mm-hmm.
Because
instead
of the instead of the 14, that would make him a restricted free agent.
But
you have control. You have control if you're willing to roll the dice. If you're willing to roll the $6-7 million dice. So
you're getting in this deal. You're getting two guys around 23 years old, 23, 24 years old, under club control for as long as you need it. Once again, you got Buddy Hield or whatever the case may be, but you might think Buddy Hield's a good ball player.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing about it is they'd have to move, but you can move on. When you talk about acquiring picks, now this is different
because
you could
just trade Buddy to Los Angeles next year.
You could do that, but you have other assets that could net you draft picks. You're looking to move on from Miles Turner. You can get draft picks out of that. You're probably looking to move on from Brogdon. I don't know if you can move on from him right now, but you can always get picks from that deal right now as well. So,
well, it's not as if the Kings are absolved of all of this because the Ringer wrote something yesterday with an interesting line on De'Aaron Fox that kind of made the rounds on social media. So we'll dive into that. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen anywhere in the world on the Odyssey app or on 1320 AM. It's more D'Lo and Casey. We'll open up the phone lines for you as well. 916-349-1320. We're back with more here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. Brogdon just signed an extension, Lake Show. I think that's 21 this year. And I'm assuming
maybe he's a guy that you can't. Is he like the December 15th type deal?
I think it's later. Yeah, I think it's later because of the extension.
Tyler, I don't know about. I like Turner as a ball player, but I don't know. I mean, I know he can shoot a little bit. Is he really a stretch four like that? I don't know. Maybe. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. It says a perfect fit. I don't know if he's a perfect fit.
C4?
To me, he's more of a 5.
But could he play the 4? If
he shoots
because you don't want them both. You don't want them both down. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, he shoots okay, but he ain't no lights out shooter. I don't look at him like that. Where you're not Lauri Markkanen or something like that. Not saying Lauri's a lights out shooter, but I'm just saying he's like your traditional stretch 4. So,
love you, Tony. I think you missed a really, really important part of that. We were talking about the myth that he just acquired all of these picks that he's going to use to acquire something else, not draft with.
Yeah.
And that Gordon Hayward thing, that's always going to be a weird one to me. That just completely fell. No, Lizzie, I don't think I said I doubted Sam Presti. I don't know what you mean.
Okay.
I'll
tell you I doubt Sam Presti.
Yeah, like I'm just confused as to where you said, do you really doubt Sam Presti? I don't. All I said was a Presti stockpile of picks. I don't even think I offered an opinion on Sam Presti.
What was he got? He didn't even draft SGA. He traded for him. What was the last draft pick he made that took off?
Presti? What was the last draft pick he made?
Was it Harden? Harden's been in the league 10, 12 years now.
Yeah, I don't know.
He got SGA. That was a good move. I mean, I guess maybe you can say Lou Dort is but are we praising him because he got Lou Dort?
I mean, Well, let's. I mean, are we talking purely like draft picks?
I think Sam Presti,
Because like he did take a hell of a. I mean, he did a hell of a job, regardless of how it ended. I think he did a hell of a job with the Paul George thing. You rolled the dice to go get Paul George and got him to stay,
and he turned that into SGA.
Sure, yeah, and a good haul of the too. Yeah. He took advantage of a desperate Clippers team.
Yeah, and in the meantime, they're losing by 73 points. Like that, I think Presti is perfect.
That's what I said. It's so you want to tank, huh? Okay.
Presti is perfect for this analytic generation of fans. You got all these picks, you got all this hope and promise that really doesn't manifest itself on the court at this point. Maybe it will in the future. If it does, I'll tip my hat to him. But I mean, OKC hasn't won anything. They ain't done nothing. They've been players, been able to flip some things, and that's cool. Like, that's cool to see. But when are we going to see wins on the court?
This is interesting. Like, so we don't believe in Tyrese or De'Aaron?
Well, they say outside the lottery.
Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed. On the Odyssey app, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching the show, we ask you to hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button as well. Our channel is full of wonderful content, and today it's just full of speculation.
I just got a kick out of Rory. Our guy Rory asked the question on the YouTube chat. So when's the last time the Kings developed a player they drafted outside the lottery? The problem is they haven't been outside the lottery.
We both read that like, wait, De'Aaron, Tyrese, like, what are you talking about? Oh, outside the lottery. Like, when they do that?
They haven't been outside the lottery since what, Gerald Wallace?
Well, I think he's referring to like the Harry Giles types and the later first round picks.
One player though, one player in the last 15 years that they've even drafted.
Well, they've had second round picks too, and they've had. Rory's just asking a question. That's all he's doing.
And the thing about it, they have had second round picks. I mean,
Isaiah was averaging 20 points per game when he left, but that's another story. Tune into the James Ham podcast for the James Ham part of the show where he'll depress Kings fans for years to come.
They had different guys. Somebody in here talking about Malachi Richardson, and I think Scal was outside of the lottery, right?
Those all went bad.
Yeah, they all
went bad.
But I mean, like, we're talking about 4 guys here in the last 15 years. Even second rounders, like, it's okay. If you
second rounders, period, are tough. Like, don't buy like Isaiah. You remember
years, like, that's not bad.
Who's the one?
Isaiah.
Oh yeah. Well, that doesn't count. They blew that. They blew that, so it doesn't count. It's just like Tyreek Evans doesn't count. You blew it. It didn't work. Like, Tyreek went on to have a fine. Yeah, that's how you'd quantify it, right? He had a fine career. DeMarcus, you ultimately, well, that's debatable. That's debatable. So
they've got to count.
I feel like you got that. No, DeMarcus counts. DeMarcus absolutely counts. Like, DeMarcus was an all-star. DeMarcus was so good they forgave him for being on the Kings and made him an all-star. Like, that's how good DeMarcus was.
Really good.
Like, right. That's how good he was.
Damn good.
I don't know that. I don't know who else is. I don't know who else.
The better question is, how many teams are developing outside of the lottery? There might be quite a few, but
if you can develop in the lottery, I'll be happy. To develop the guys that you're drafting at 2 or 5 or 7, 10, 13. I don't care. Let them be good ball players. And let this call be everything that I've been waiting for since last night.
Yeah, come on, come talk to me.
It actually made the
his
pre-show
argument.
meeting.
I need
What's
to hear
up,
his argument
Joe?
for this one.
Hey, did y'all see Mac Jones flawlessly execute that game plan?
Stop it. Joe, your grandmother could have flawlessly executed that game plan. Stop it.
I
He
know,
didn't even
Joe.
hand it off.
Hey, the train keeps moving though, right?
That's right.
The Super Bowl goes through Foxborough now.
That's right, Joe.
Joe,
Our New England Patriots.
The man was 2 of 3 for 19
That's
yards.
right.
And we're going to give him credit for this.
Hey, I'll tell you.
Oh my.
Uh-oh. Joe,
Your phone just went. Your phone is not executing the game plan, Joe. Not executing the game plan.
come on, man. Like, look, Mac Jones is a good young football player.
Yep.
I continue to say, I'll say that every week.
Yep.
He's on a team that is winning. They're number 1 seed in the AFC or whatever.
Yep.
But come on, man.
What you mean?
2
They
of
won
3 for 19. They ran at one point, and I don't even think it was 29. I think it ended up being 31 straight runs. 31 straight runs. Come on, man.
Hey, a flawless game plan by the hoodie.
I'll say this. Last night took no skill.
Oh, stop it. Stop.
What skill did it take?
Hand the ball off.
That's not – I can do that. I can do that.
You'd be too cold. You wouldn't last in the cold. You'd go
I can
inside.
do that.
I don't
Last
think you
night
could.
took absolutely no skill. Come on, man.
Stop it. Leave Mac Jones alone. His
that.
team won 7 straight games.
Carried his ass.
Has played. Yo, why go away from what's working? The wind's blowing 4 billion miles per hour. You got Josh Allen. The Bills don't have a run game. You got Josh Allen attempting to throw the ball around, failing miserably. Mac Jones executes the game plan, and my New England Patriots have now won 7 straight games.
All I'm saying is very rarely do I watch NFL football and be like, I could do that and be dead serious.
You could not do it.
Absolutely. What did he do?
You could not do what any player on the field did last night.
I can't do what Mac Jones did?
Nope.
Why not?
Because you're not an NFL caliber athlete. You could not. You could not hand the ball off. What was it? I don't even know how many times to the tune of 200 yards. You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You could not do it. You turn around, you'd fall, you'd fumble. you coil up like you couldn't do it. Stop saying you could do it. You couldn't.
Mac Jones is
can't wait. I can't wait for you to open your present in front of everybody and they hold up the Mac Jones jersey like they're at the draft.
Mac Jones has had a really good rookie season. He's done some really good things this season. Last night was not one of them. That's all I'm saying.
Leave that man alone.
That was not one of them.
If Mac Jones was LeBron James, he would have gone to the podium yesterday and said, "I just won the hardest game in NFL history." Give that man credit
and
for winning in those elements.
All these people talking about in the chat, talking about, oh, Kenny, yeah, you can't do it. I'm saying all of you can do what Mac Jones did last night.
Nobody
in the chat can do what Mac Jones did last night.
Nobody listening, nobody watching, nobody talking can do what Mac Jones did last night.
I'm still standing by what I said. They're not winning a playoff game this year.
Does it count?
The defense is really good. The defense is the best defense in football.
No, they're really good. That's what they paid this offseason for. Does it count? This is the old Wade Phillips philosophy. Does it count if they get a bye?
No.
It doesn't? Because Wade said it did. I just want to make sure.
Wade is wrong.
When the crew went to Cancun with Jessica Simpson and they said, well, you haven't won a play. Well, it was kind of like we won. We had a bye last week. God, I love Wade Phillips. I wouldn't love him as my head coach.
Kind of like we won. We had a bye. Stop it. Would have been fired on the spot.
He's right. He was fired later, but oh, son of a bum.
Yeah, the Patriots aren't winning a playoff game this year.
I think you're crazy, dude.
I think I don't even know what the standings look like. The Chargers are going to go in a week and beat them.
The Chargers, stop it, Kenny. Come on, man. Now you're just being silly.
Chargers. They beat the Chargers this year already.
Wait till we get to a play. They're the number 1 seed in the AFC right now. It's going to be like they win a game because they going to mess around and get a bye.
Yeah, they're gonna get that. They're gonna get that same Cowboys treatment too. Joe gonna be calling in after that loss, talking about, well, it's like he won a playoff game.
That's right. It is.
You know what I noticed about the Chargers? We got power rankings coming on later on in the show.
Yeah.
Remember how people would always be like, the Chargers, they come on late. If they would just start the season good, they'd be a really good team. In actuality, they just flipped the way they go about business. Because they started very good this year, and now they're fading.
Yeah.
It used to be bad early.
That was the Norv. That was Norv, right? Norv Turner. They would start really slow, and then they'd get hot. That was that, and then the playoffs would get here, and we know what would happen. There were some really good Chargers teams that didn't win. Like LaDainian Thompson, there were some really good Chargers teams.
They lost to the Patriots in San Diego. That was a tough one. I feel like the Chargers were 1 seed.
Was that the Visor game? Was LaDainian Thompson?
Might have been the one where they stomped on the lightning bolt afterwards.
Oh, okay.
That was tough.
That was Bill Belichick's 36th career victory against the Bills, tied for the most by a coach against a single team in the Super Bowl era.
Man.
Which, interesting, Belichick matches himself against the Jets. So
the way things are, it might get a little different than this, but the way things are looking, as if the season ended today, the Bills would face the Titans and beat the brakes off of them in the first round, and then they would go into New England, and there ain't gonna be no 45-degree wind to save them that night. I think the Bills beat the brakes off the Patriots. They play them in the playoffs.
Okay.
They play each other again, though.
That's if the Bills make the playoffs.
I know, right?
But there's playoff clinching scenarios this week. That's where we are in the NFL season.
It's got to be the Cardinals, right?
No, there's a couple. There's I thought I noted them and apparently did it. It's the Cardinals. I think the Packers are in there. Oh, here they are. The Cardinals, Packers, and Bucks. Now it's not as simple as the Cardinals win, Packers win, Bucks win. They all clinch playoff spots. There's if Arizona wins and this team loses, or if the Packers win and these two teams, like they're those types of scenarios. But yeah, we're at the point now where teams are clinching playoff spots.
You know what also is pretty stupid about the NFL? They had the audacity, the unmitigated gall to flex the Seahawks and the 49ers out of Sunday Night Football. But they're keeping this trash on here. Bears, Packers? Yeah. The Kings play on Sunday night.
The Bears, Packers is Sunday Night Football. They're not going to take their beloved Aaron Rodgers out of.
And the Bears. Ratings juggernaut. I'll tell you where they won't be getting ratings, though, in Elk Grove, California. They won't be getting ratings from me. What the hell's going on Sunday in the NBA? Let me see.
There probably isn't a game. They probably don't have a game to flex into, though. That could be part of it.
Look, that game's so sorry. I think I'm gonna watch Lakers Magic.
Okay.
Portland, Minnesota.
Okay.
New Orleans, San Antonio.
Not watching any of that stuff.
I'm watching. I'll watch Ant-Man.
You're the same guy. You're the same guy who said you weren't going to watch the Bears on Thanksgiving, and what'd you do?
Ain't gonna be no Bears fan in this house on Sunday to save them. I ain't watching that game, and it's gonna be a beatdown.
Yes, it in fact will be exactly that. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You want to watch the show? You can. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Of course, you can listen on the Odyssey app. Just search 1320 AM. You can ask your smart speaker to play us, and you can listen on the radio. I know a lot of people forget that. We are a radio show. We are, in fact, broadcast on terrestrial radio. That is still a thing. You can listen in your car. Or if you have a bump box, you might stumble across. You might have a device that you don't realize has a radio on it. That's what I did. I was like, oh, my God, there's a radio on here. Let's put this on 1320. Get to popping.
They could have put Bills Bucks on Sunday Night Football.
You're assuming they could put Bills Bucks on Sunday Night Football. That might be locked. Some of these games are locked by the networks.
Unlock it. Well, do what you want. I ain't watching. They can do whatever they want.
Okay, you ain't got to get hot about it. You ain't got to get all worked up about it. You can get worked up about this, though, if you want. Or maybe you won't. Maybe you'll just flat out agree with it. The Ringer is talking about the Sacramento Kings again. I guess this was just like 6 observations of the NBA. And lo and behold, the Kings were one of them. It says, how does Davion Mitchell fit into the Kings' plan? And this is Kevin O'Connor, who we can't get on the show. Apparently, he's very elusive, Kevin O'Connor. Like we've got to contact Secret Service to get him on. And he speaks regularly about the Kings, including what an embarrassment the game was against the Scranton 52ers several weeks back. But he wrote, how does Davion Mitchell fit into the Kings' plan? Kings fans get dramatically different experience every night watching Davion Mitchell. One game, the next great draft bust, following in the footsteps of Nick Stauskas and Yorgos Papagiannis.
Oh, wow.
The next game, he'll look like the league's next great small point guard, hitting pull-up threes and playing gritty, full-court pressure defense. I want to get to the other line here, but if you recall the birth of the term stat hose over on the Deuce and Mo podcast, this is where it came from.
It came from Kevin O'Connor?
It didn't come from Kevin O'Connor. It came from Morgan Reagan. It came from Morgan Reagan talking about people like Kevin O'Connor, who clearly Davion Mitchell has never looked like Nick Stauskas or Yorgos Papagiannis. He has never looked like a draft bust, ever. There's times where the shot hasn't fallen. There's times where he didn't look great offensively. He has never looked like a bust, ever.
No,
Yorgos Papagiannis looked like he had never been on a basketball court before. He looked lost. Davion Mitchell has never looked like anything approaching a draft bust.
Once again, this is a classic case of being a stat hoe. Because Davion he's had bad sure, but he's never just looked overmatched in the NBA the way those other two did. Come on, man.
Kevin O'Connor continues, KC. The Kings are at a crossroads yet again with a new interim head coach, a relatively new general manager, and a lot of players with uncertain futures. General manager Monte McNair drafted 2 guards in consecutive drafts, despite having De'Aaron Fox on the payroll, which suggests to executives around the league that Fox will be his main piece for a big move.
Yeah, that's I'm not saying it's impossible, but I mean, to draw that conclusion from that, come on, man, that's not doing any homework, in my opinion. If you're Kevin O'Connor or if you're executives around the league.
And the wild part about that line is he didn't even, which suggests to executives around the league that Fox will be the main piece for a big move. Word? I'm fascinated by that. Because he's not saying, he just threw it in there kind of matter-of-factly. And I always believe with the Sacramento Kings, you could throw anything in and they'd believe it. Because it's the Kings.
And Kevin O'Connor just talking. And this is, I don't have no problem with Kevin O'Connor personally or whatever. Full transparency. We reach out, try to understand what the guy's got to say. He doesn't really do radio or whatever the case may be. But I find it...
Maybe he doesn't want to be held accountable for remarks like Davion Mitchell looks like the Nick Stauskas or Yorgos Papagiannis.
And you got somebody like a Kevin O'Connor or even a Bill Simmons who will be critical of players when they don't face the media after a bad game, or, they don't, talk or explain themselves, or general managers. Like, they always want to crap all over the front office people and talk about how stupid they sound or the stupid moves that they make and things of that nature. But when you put something out there and somebody's like, okay, come explain yourself, and you don't want to do that, that's just I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that. Just always say, yo, come explain yourself.
I thought maybe even he would.
Whatever, just come explain what you're talking about. I don't get it. It doesn't add up.
I thought maybe he'd even like he doesn't respond to tweets or nothing. It's just like he puts his work, puts it out there, and that's the end of it.
Yeah. So in my opinion, he can never be critical of any player or any NBA executive. You can't be critical because you can't sit up there and talk about somebody else and you don't face the music yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because that line about Davion is just garbage. You could say whatever you want to about De'Aaron. When you make the money that De'Aaron makes, when you're the big dog in the yard, that's what's going to happen. It's going to happen like that for players across the league, regardless of them being in Sacramento or Minnesota or Indiana. It doesn't matter. But the line about Davion is trash. Like the line about Davion just shows me, okay, like maybe you watched. He clearly watched the Philadelphia game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's it. That's probably all that you've watched.
Or you don't even know what you're watching. Like Kevin O'Connor, like he cool. I listen to his stuff. He's not bad, but he also comes from, like I said, that new generation, only looking at analytics, not understanding the game of basketball on a different level type generation. And that's how you look at the game. That's cool. I'm not here to say that it's wrong or nothing. Analytics, that's fine. I'm just saying there's a different level that you're able to view the game of basketball from, the prism of just not so numbers based. And I don't think he can look at it from that lens. I don't know if he necessarily knows what he's watching all the time.
Yeah. In any event, De'Aaron's going to remain in trade rumors. De'Aaron's not getting traded. I don't think De'Aaron's getting traded this season. I don't think De'Aaron's getting traded this offseason. I don't think De'Aaron is getting traded. I think this is just all noise.
I don't think he's getting traded either. But, I mean, it's also not out of the realm.
You said that in a really funny way. I don't know why I found the way you said that so funny.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting traded. Like, if I had to bet on it, I don't think it's going to happen. But, I mean, you don't know what offer might come your way. Like I said,
sure.
If I would have done it. So I'm not gonna say, not just throwing anything out there. This is how I would approach it, especially about a week ago when Kanye West, Lauryn Hill, Selena Johnson, it all fell down in Sacramento, right? I would have called Brad.
Is Lauryn Hill on that record?
She's on the original, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Selena Johnson is on the track
the album version. Yeah.
Selena, you saved my life, just like a safe belt, because Lauren wouldn't do the song for the album. I absolutely would have called Brad Stevens. And I just would have said, we were joking about it, but I'm serious. I would have said, what would it take for Jaylen Brown? Well, just what would it take?
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't offer him anything, but I would base my offer, quote unquote, around what he answered. And if he answered De'Aaron Fox in there, I'd be like, okay, well, all right, well, let's talk then.
Mm-hmm.
See where you at. But that's how I would go about things. And there's not a lot of guys in the league that I would trade De'Aaron Fox for.
Mm-hmm.
So the majority of those guys, if not all of them, aren't even available.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just noise when you have expectations. The team doesn't live up to him. And, of course, he's not playing the way we thought. He's not playing the way that he thought. This whole season just isn't really going very well. And I
play a little better, though.
He is. And, we talked about this. I think it was the last Clippers game where he took 22 shots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wasn't. I think he had 17 points. Wasn't efficient, but I'll take the fact he shot 22. And I want to see him shoot 22 against Orlando tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then 20 plus again against Charlotte and 20 plus again. I want that to be regular with him because my belief is he'll get into that groove offensively. It's just what level is he going to be? The 27 point per game scorer that he was for a stretch, the 25 point per game scorer that he was a stretch, or he seems to have settled into this 20, 21 point per game score that he is right now, or appears to be right now.
And shout out to our guy, Mr. Rancho. You know, I'm being serious. Mr. Rancho, cool dude. He said, sorry, Casey, I can name about 15 players I trade for Fox right now. That's probably true, but you also didn't hear the other part of that equation. Like, those probably 14 of those guys aren't available. Like, I trade Fox for Giannis.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Chances are all 15 aren't available.
Yeah. So there's no need to even talk about it in that respect. So Jaylen Brown might not even be available. I don't think he's available.
I don't think Jaylen Brown is available.
Not at all. So
because they got a first-year head coach too,
and
they're over there in Boston. I know it doesn't necessarily feel like it because Brad isn't exactly gone, but they do have a first-year head coach who's he's got things he's got to figure out too. Now, I think Boston is playing a little bit below their talent level.
They're around 500. Yeah.
You think that their talent level is that?
I like some of their players.
They're 13 and 11 right now. I do not think they are a 13 and 11 team. I think they're better than that.
If they are better, it's not much. It's maybe 2 or 3 games better. Because I don't like the point guards.
Well, actually, I'd accept that. Like 15 and 9. Yeah, okay. It's 16 and 9. I take that. That would put them in the vicinity of 2 and 3 now. That's where I see them. Like I take that back.
Second or third seed?
I take that back. That's where I saw them headed into this year. That's where the 2 or 3 games that you just referenced, that's where it puts them.
Yeah, so they're probably where I expect them to be.
No, not me. I thought
I got Milwaukee, Philly, Brooklyn.
Yeah, but Miami. Philly ain't there. See, Philly ain't there. Brooklyn is.
I got Miami being better. Like just coming into the season, I got them being better than them too.
Okay.
And Philly, Joel didn't get hurt or sick. Excuse me.
Yeah,
that might be different.
Well, and they've won their last couple of games. They're getting
Jaylen got hurt too, though. So to be fair, Jaylen Brown got hurt.
916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. We'll check in at practice as well and see what's going on today for the Sacramento Kings. I think I saw James Ham tweet that Tyrese Halliburton is back at practice. We got Matt George joining us in the 3 o'clock hour. We got power rankings on the way. A lot more to come here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, see what we got here from Hammer.
Barrett, nobody said anybody was untouchable. What are you talking about? Come on, man.
Yeah,
post team meeting Celtics.
That's how it goes. Let's go. Alvin Gentry on the media being smarter than we look. I don't know what the context of this is, but let's see here.
On the floor at all times. So,
Alvin, we've seen you switch out just like Holmes and Halliburton right around the 5-minute mark of the first. Mm-hmm. Is that just specifically so you can keep either Fox or Halliburton on the court most of the time?
Exactly. You guys are a lot smarter than you look. You know? I mean, you really are. You know? No, but yeah, I being serious, yeah. We want to have one of those guys on the floor at all times. So we try to take them out early so that one of them are always going to be on the floor. Yeah.
Sonic Boom. So first of all, Sonic, let me say something nice about everything you guys got going on. I'm still watching actually Gonzaga and Alabama from Saturday night. Still haven't finished it. Got about 5 minutes left in that game. The new Key Arena looks very nice. It's very nice. It's cool. One day you guys will have NBA basketball to play out of there.
People accountable and you're being held accountable.
But to your trade proposal, Bagley, Buddy.
It was a lot harder last year.
for CJ and Nursive, would you do it? I mean, I think the Kings are getting all the better players, but I don't know if those players fit with this roster right now. So, no, I wouldn't do it, to be honest with you. It sucks 'cause I love CJ. I'd love to have CJ here with the Kings. He would be a great addition, but yeah.
Run that trade proposal by me one more again.
It was
CJ,
Bagley, Buddy, Hield, Harkless for CJ.
you wouldn't do that?
I mean, what are we doing? Are we
You get Bagley out, you get Buddy out.
those two make a lot of money though, and it's early in their contracts. And I like CJ, but so what are we doing
How
now?
much does Nursive make? He makes a lot.
He makes a good amount.
I was thinking. I mean, I figured he was probably 12 plus. I didn't think it was too much.
CJ's in the 30 millions for the next like 3 years.
Yeah, I can see that. But you've gotten rid of Buddy. So the hang up is CJ, De'Aaron, Davion, Tyrese.
Nurkic is a free agent after this. I take that back. He only makes 12
Oh,
million.
okay.
The hang up is
I get you. I got you. The hang up is the guards.
Yeah.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. I mean, CJ's not. There's just no room.
Right. Unless you're moving on from Halliburton as
One
well.
of those guys. Yeah. Which I don't think I would do. I don't think I would move on from. I don't know. I just still believe in that regard. I still believe in Tyrese. Period. I think Sabonis is a better fit for the team, which is why I would sign off on moving Sabonis or moving Tyrese in something that involves Sabonis, but not for CJ because that's
Roddy. Stop.
It's like step one.
BTR. Of course he's better, Roddy. BTR.
Back with a vengeance this week. Roddy. So I hate trade proposals.
This is the day for it.
And it's like one, some of y'all don't be listening. And when I say y'all, I don't mean the wonderful people on Odyssey or 1320 AM. I mean those in the chat. Because they expose themselves not listening. Like, hey, Kenny, this is a dumb take. Like, that's not what I said.
BTR is back.
BTR. Bad take Roddy in the house. Roddy, we love you, buddy. Roddy is full of bad takes.
Big ups to Roddy.
Bad takes today.
Roddy said he would trade Fox. He said Fox could go.
He's trading everybody.
He said, because the question was, would you do this deal with Portland that trades Buddy, Bagley, Harkless, and there's another guy that it really isn't.
Buddy Bagley. No, it was Buddy Bagley and Harkless.
And there's another one. It was 4 for 2.
Okay. But it was 4.
And it was for CJ and Nurkic. And I was like, I literally said, the Kings are getting back all the better players for sure, but I don't know if I do that because of the fit, contracts, and all this other stuff. And then BTR gets on here and says, CJ's better than Shavano. It's a no-brainer. Yeah, I literally just said they're getting back all the better players. I understand that. But there's more.
Here's because maybe there's people who agree with bad take Roddy, which means your takes are bad too. So I asked Roddy this and allow him to respond. So in the deal, it was Buddy, it was Mo Harkless and Marvin Bagley, and then CJ's coming back. Okay, so now you've got CJ, and you still have Tyrese and De'Aaron and Davion. And you still have Terrence Davis. So
who's playing when?
Just what do you do?
First of all, CJ's going to the bench, or Tyrese is going to the bench, correct? That's if everybody's in agreement with that, then we can possibly move forward with this trade. Because CJ's not going to the bench.
So Tyrese goes to the bench, and like like you're trading Terrence at some other point. I'm trying to make it make sense. I'm trying to make room for everybody. That's all I'm trying to do. We saw a 4-guard lineup a couple of days ago. We're gonna get a 5-guard lineup.
We're trying to trade for a guy that kind of collectively we want to get 0 minutes for a guy that plays like 35 minutes a night.
Correct. That's it. And Roddy asks, does that trade make the Kings better? No, I do not think that it does. Like, I don't know how you have to include, if you're going to trade for CJ, unfortunately, Tyrese has to be involved in that, or Davion, like some form of that backcourt, or De'Aaron, some form of that backcourt has to be involved in the deal. Otherwise, you're just clogging this. You're adding talent to a problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're not adding talent to fix the team. And it goes back to how we started this show. Some reports came out this morning, and reports have come out over the course of the last handful of days about Portland. Shams wrote about Indiana today, and I feel like a deal with Indiana and potentially for Domantas Sabonis makes significantly more sense than something for CJ McCollum does. As much as we love CJ McCollum, unless you're trading one of those guys who are already in the backcourt that Kings fans say that they love, it doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. Domantas Sabonis as a fit makes a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm. And Sabonis makes the most sense of everything we've heard. But what really needs to happen is the Kings, in my opinion, they need a guy on the wing. You know, they got one guy in Harrison Barnes who's really good, but you see when he goes down, there's a gaping hole there. Now they've been able to take care of that and make it work for the last week and a half or so. Maybe they could keep it going further. Maybe we've all overrated that situation a little bit. I don't think so, but you know.
Y'all are just being funny. We need to drop this topic because John Bull's coming in, or a third team where one of the that wasn't the conversation. Now y'all bringing in third teams, and no, that's not part of the conversation, John. Now y'all just add into the deal as the deal is proposed. Like, okay, we're gonna close the chat and we're gonna move forward. And y'all can continue to have your trade proposals in there, and BTR can continue to have his bad takes.
Shut up, BTR.
Always. That's family. Here's our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, talking to Tyrese Halliburton today at practice.
Kai, as a second-year guy, how hard is it to find your voice and to make sure that, like, you're part of the group that's holding people accountable and you're being held accountable, but finding your voice as sort of a leader?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it was a lot harder last year. I think this year has a lot of expectations, from outside, and I mean, not when I say outside, I mean from our organization. Within myself and what they expect of me, and it's just basketball at the end of the day. So I feel like it's not that difficult.
You guys have a good voice behind the scenes where you guys are holding each other accountable?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think we communicate so much more than last year. I think some of these veteran presences throughout the summer and throughout the start of the season have been really good for us, like Mo and TT and those guys coming in and kind of preaching those things. And I think we communicate and we do a lot more stuff off the court than we did last season. So that's always good.
James Ham there with Tyrese Halliburton.
It always cracks me up when they call Tristan TT.
Yes, that's yeah. I really don't want to call Tristan much of anything anymore. And does Tristan Thompson need to go in a box? Should that be the poll question? Should Tristan Thompson just go in a box and we not talk about him anymore? He has some issues. I don't want to make light of his issues, man, because that's kind of, I don't know, dude. I can't. I don't know. I can't rock with that.
Yeah, I'm not a proponent of the way TT handles some things.
You need to stop doing that. You can't do that. I need you to stop that.
I'm TT.
I know.
TT. I'm gonna call him TT.
I don't like that. It's like I've heard I've never known a TT not be a woman. I've never I don't no, you can't call him that.
Hey, call him
You cannot call him TT. No. I refuse.
Just say Tristan.
Please. Did he come in and say, y'all need to call me, hey, y'all call me TT? Or did that
Who started calling him TT?
I don't know, but if Alvin calls him TT, I need to know. Like I need that sound if Alvin, because he called De'Aaron Foxy yesterday, so I need to know if we're going with. I need to know if he addresses him as TT.
That kind of reminds me of like Bruce Bochy would always like call people by nicknames, and a lot of the times it would be like Foxy. It would be like, well, we're going over here, and we got rent. It wouldn't be like this, but it'd be like, we've got Edgary, over here, and down at third base, Pablo. He just
Okay. Your Bochy was putting me to sleep. Like,
that's how he thought.
I know. I know.
I mean, you got Huddy out there, and and we just Bummy and
John Bull just hit us with a Kyle Draper call that I can actually see happening. Foxy throws it up to TT. Oh no. I just want to put a ban on the TT name. Like I can't do nothing about the players, but media don't call him that.
Oh, that is Scooty when he talk about Scooter. Well, Scooty's just going through a little spell here. You got Huddy.
Nobody loves your impressions more than me. That's cap. That's cap. Pilo and JC in New Orleans are awesome.
I wonder what they're talking about right now. They're not LSU, I guess.
They're probably talking about
Brian Kelly bringing the family.
That's right. They're talking about, yes.
Love to be a Tiger down here with my family.
They're probably talking to Brian Kelly right now they're probably interviewing Brian Kelly during their broadcast of the Pelicans games. That would be my guess. Is they're airing the New Orleans Pelicans games. They're talking about LSU with their new head coach.
They do things like they got Bally Sports, and they're like, right now we're gonna run our interview with. No, excuse me. Right now we're gonna run our interview with Brian Kelly that we did earlier today. If you want to watch the Pelicans game live, you can go to Bally Sports Plus and check it there as we talk to Brian Kelly right now.
And absolutely nobody in Louisiana goes to Bally Sports Plus. They just sit there and watch Brian Kelly.
Why do these people in the chat keep saying TT?
You know what it is? We sold it. That's what it is. We sold it. Because we sold it, they're having fun. It's our fault. Okay. All right. Let's get some more sound. This is Alvin Gentry. This was Alvin Gentry, actually. This is post game. Hey, we're all in on CJ McCollum and a whole plethora of guards. Here's Alvin Gentry talking about the 4-guard lineup that we saw against Los Angeles.
No, I think what happened is that, you have to have all these in-game adjustments. And, in my opinion, Ty Lue is probably the best in the league at that. And so we just tried to look and see what they were doing and what they were trying to accomplish, whether it was going to be to play a big lineup or what. And then we tried to make an adjustment where we felt like we can have an advantage and stuff. So it wasn't anything that was planned or, that we had talked about doing. It just kind of fell into place over the course of the game.
I don't have the sound from it. I'll dig back into James Ham's account here and see if he posted a clip of them talking to Alvin Gentry, but it wasn't the clip I was looking for. I know that he was asked today about Marvin Bagley. I think we talked to James about this yesterday. We'll talk to Matt George in the 3:00 hour, but Marvin Bagley, keeping his minutes when Harrison returns and when Mo Harkless returns.
Mhm.
And so we were trying to dissect like Buddy's minutes, Terrence Davis's minutes, Marvin Bagley's minutes, all of these different things. And Alvin said that Marvin Bagley is going to be a part of the rotation moving forward. So I think that ties into what Alvin seems to, and I think this is the right thing to do when you take over as a head coach. He's wiped the slate clean.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever the issues were with Marvin Bagley and Luke Walton, and whatever the issues perhaps are between Marvin Bagley and the organization, Alvin seems to have gotten through to him in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. And he's playing better, but two, he's got Marvin Bagley praising him at press conferences. So there's something, a little different with Marvin right now, at least if nothing else, at least in his approach to the game. So no word on Mo Harkless. It sounds like Harrison is going to be back to tomorrow. So that'll be the minutes distribution for Marvin, Buddy, Terrence will certainly be a storyline moving forward. At least in my eyes, it will be.
And like you mentioned, Alvin Gentry has said, "Hey, slate is clean. You're going to earn or not earn your minutes." And I have no problem with that. I mean, Bagley looks like he's going to get this opportunity. I hope he makes the most of it. I hope he plays well. It's good to see him playing well like he did on Saturday and when he played in that Lakers game and played the first Lakers game, excuse me. But yeah, all these guys should be auditioning for whether they want to be here or auditioning for the rest of the league, but one way or another be trying to play well and so that they can be coachable right now.
Shout out to everybody who alerted to this. It was actually Jason Anderson was on top of this with Alvin Gentry. Here's our man Jason Anderson in the Sacramento.
Get more of an opportunity these past couple of weeks. As Mo and Harrison get healthy and come back, do you anticipate that those minutes and those opportunities will still be there for Marvin?
I think so. I think he's played good basketball for us, and especially from a rebounding standpoint, we've struggled, on the boards, especially as far as giving up offensive rebounds. So, he's done a good job with that. So we'll continue to try to play him and give him minutes, and hopefully he can keep his level of play where it is.
I know you said you and Luke saw eye to eye on most things and not much would change. Was maybe that particular question with Marvin an area where you saw things a little bit differently?
No, not really. I mean, at the time, we thought everybody felt on the coaching staff that we were doing the right thing. So, and the opportunity came for him. A lot of it came because of, injuries or guys out and things like that, and he's taking advantage of it. So I don't think it was a situation where, Luke had an opinion and mine differed from his. I didn't see it as that, because I think we talk about things all the time as a staff, and I think what you got to do is give Marvin credit for keeping himself prepared, and when the opportunity came, he took advantage of it.
Man, that was a great question from Jason Anderson right there, asking if it was a different philosophy or a different vision for Marvin Bagley between Luke Walton and Alvin Gentry. That was great work by Jason Anderson over at the Sacramento.
I felt relatively detailed answer, truthful answer by Coach Gentry. So
sure,
that was some good back and forth right there.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it was honest. I'm looking at Alvin Gentry walking into this situation. I've got to win games. That's all I got to do. And what we were doing, and this is what we were talking about all the time. What we were doing wasn't working. So we have an issue rebounding. We had seen Marvin get kind of sporadic minutes. We have a situation now where Mo Harkless is out. So there's a clear need for it. Mm-hmm. Let's see what we can get out of it. Let's get Marvin Bagley here into the flow. And I think Marvin's earned minutes. Even when Mo Harkless returns, I think Marvin has earned minutes. And unless there is something And I don't feel like there has been, and please point out if I'm wrong, I don't feel like there's been anything glaring on the defensive end where you're like, oh, there are moments. We've all seen those moments where it's like, you probably got to get him out of there. And not just Marvin. We've seen it with a couple other guys. You probably got to get them out of there. I don't feel like we've seen those in recent games.
I can't think of any either or any moments where I looked at Bagley and was like, yo, this is nasty right now. I haven't had those moments. So he's shown improvement. When he's out there, he looks engaged and ready to play, and he's played well in these few games. So see if hopefully it continues.
There was a graphic floating around on social media yesterday about what it looks like when like if Marvin Bagley plays a certain amount of minutes. If he plays 30 plus minutes, he averages 19.8 points per game, 10.8 rebounds, and shoots 52% from the field. In the 75 games that he plays 20 to 29 minutes, he's 13-7 and 49%. Again, shout out to Jason Anderson. In those 29 games, the Kings are 9-20.
Damn. Oh my gosh.
So he puts up really good, and I don't know what that means. But if you're 9-20 and putting up essentially 20-11, does it matter? I don't know. Like I saw the graphic, and Marvin Bagley is showing he could be a key player in the Kings rotation. And I looked at this, I was like, oh, this is an interesting use of numbers. And sure enough, Jason Anderson was on top of it with okay, well, here's the record. 9-20 in those 29 games that he has, and they're 55-68 when Bagley doesn't play at all. So that's a win percentages of 310 versus 447.
I mean,
do what you want to with those numbers, but
yeah, I don't even know what to make of that because I don't see Bagley when he plays a lot of minutes and think, and then more times than not they're losing and think, oh, they lost because Bagley played 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? His 30 minutes were just atrocious. I don't ever get that feeling. The numbers are there, the production is there. I guess the question that needs to be asked is, are the minutes that he's giving, are they helping the team? Or the production that he's given, are they helping the team? Are they within the flow of the offense? Are they I don't know. Is it a defensive thing? That's an interesting stat, man.
I think it's a tremendous manipulation of numbers. And shout out to our man Frankie, who does great work for the bad guys. Kings are 4-1 this season, and I think this was the gist of the note. Kings are 4-1 this season when Marvin plays 17 plus minutes. That's awesome. If you had dropped it to 16, what was the record? You know what I mean? Like you can manipulate numbers to say virtually anything you want them to. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's what this whole layout of Marvin Bagley's numbers that hit this social media graphic, beautiful graphic, by the way. I think that's what I think it's just a complete manipulation of numbers that, oh no, look, Marvin's really good. Well, okay. We all know, I think most of us believe Marvin has a certain, I don't know that talent has ever been like a question. Right. Maybe like ascending, like taking that next step that we talk about that a lot on D-Lo and KC with Kings draft picks, that proverbial next step. You know, I think that's come into question with Marvin, but we've never been able to see it because he's never been healthy, which is the crux of every issue that we have with Marvin Bagley. He can't play. He can't take that step. He can't play. He gets frustrated. He can't play. He starts popping off, or his crew starts popping off on social media. He can't play. His agent gets pissed off and fires out a tweet about the organization. There's a common denominator there. And I think it's pretty clear to all of us. I think we all know Marvin can play. We've talked about this on many occasions. You trade Marvin to any bad team in the league, he'll get minutes. You see it right there. He could put up 20 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
But is it really going to hurt your feelings if he puts up 20 and 10 on a team that's 20 and 62? Or 30 and 40, 52?
Wouldn't hurt mine. Wouldn't hurt mine. And the other thing about that, though, even if he goes and, puts up numbers somewhere else and they're successful, like the team is good, I just look at it as he wasn't doing that here. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't happening for him here. Whatever was going on, him and his crew and his team, feuding with everybody that comes through Sacramento, it just wasn't gonna work here for whatever reason. He gets somewhere else, maybe they have a better relationship with, Team Bagley and all that other stuff, and he's able to be productive. But hearing those numbers and then seeing the win-loss record, it goes back to what I feel should be the theme of everything that that goes on in this city right now and with this franchise. Is the number one thing has to be winning. It has to be winning, and if it's not winning, then, they're worried about, my numbers and, and when I get minutes, I produce and all this other stuff. I'm not saying that's what he's doing. It was just a graphic that was made, but I'm just saying, like, if that's more important than winning, then that's not the move, man. That's not the move. This thing isn't going to turn around. Everybody has to be on the same page and have the same goal of winning being the most important thing. We didn't talk about it because it was Thanksgiving, but that Blazers game before, Damian Jones was having a great game. Alvin Gentry went to go put Alex Lynn back into the game. Alex went to the scorer's table. I think there was a timeout. Damian Jones stayed in the game. Comes out later that Alex Lynn told Alvin Gentry, keep him in here. He's playing great. Winning was the most important thing to Alex at that moment. And that's the mindset that needs to be all through this team.
I want to stick with that theme sort of for a second, because his team has had a couple of days off, meaning no games. Obviously, they're practicing, as you heard from just a few minutes ago. And I'm just like, what the focus is, like what these guys are working on. So we'll talk about that. We've got power rankings on the way, week 13 power rankings. I do have a 49ers question I want to throw at you as well. So there's a lot more ahead. We got Matt George coming in the final hour, plenty more Kings talk, just a lot we got to get to. There's new COVID protocols, for goodness sakes. People are going to get thrown out of Canada here any minute. We'll explain. As D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Is King Voss in here? Is he in the chat today? Or King Voss, are you watching and just not saying anything? Oh, man. I'm dying to know what Jazz got. Dying.
Like I said, I just hope you don't already have it. Even if you do, I think you'll still appreciate it.
I appreciate it no matter what. I wasn't expecting anything. Oh, man. Chauncey Billups has changed the Blazers' offensive and defensive approach and demanded more discipline from his two guards. This is different than anything I've ever experienced because of the circumstances. It's my first year where we lost our whole coaching staff. I love Dame. I really do. But that tweet, like, y'all just love the drama.
Fan.
Meanwhile, CJ says, but there's no excuses. I didn't come here to tell y'all there's a lot of shit going on. But yeah, there is. There's shit going on every day. Man,
oh man. That sounds like a lot going on, man.
He just sounds like if you haven't read my man just sounds hurt. Like he legit just sounds hurt. Maybe it's the trade rumors. I don't know. That's tough, man. That's got to be tough when you've been in a place so long, and Velo and JC and Portland and Shams and The Athletic and all these places are talking about trading you and, uprooting your whole life and that whole thing, man. That's got to be tough.
I wonder if
Tell
they're
Pat
gonna-
I said hi, man. Head over to the statue. Head over to the statue.
I wonder if they'll move him. CJ.
Yeah. CJ feels like, because I don't think CJ has the same pressure as Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they went to CJ and said, CJ, we'd love for you to be here. Like we want you to be here. And if you want to be here, we'll keep you here forever.
Right.
We're probably going to lose a lot in the next 3-4 years. I feel like CJ would be like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he'd be cool with losing.
Yeah, he's cool with Portland.
Yeah. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with pressure. All of the pressure to win, I think, falls more on the shoulders of Dame.
Mm-hmm.
And while Dame has done a good job of kind of playing that off as if it's not a big deal and y'all make too much of it, which I absolutely agree with him in that regard, I also think at some point that weight gets pretty heavy where it's like Dame made the top 75 list and really hasn't accomplished much in the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, some stellar, moments that will live forever. But in terms of success, ain't really there. Ain't really there. Y'all doing a great job of getting us through this day, by the way. This was a tough show to plan with no game last night and no game tonight. So
Appreciate you guys, man.
yeah, we appreciate y'all keeping us rocking. We haven't followed one single note on this rundown. Just kind of started the show and tore it up.
The Pacers tore it up.
True. Appreciate you, Roddy. I won't lie though, Roddy. You almost broke me when you wrote I think you said TT's out. TTs are out or something. Like I had to turn away. Streaming live on the Odyssey app, streaming live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'd love for you to come watch the show, especially if it's something that you've never done before. I think it's fair. Like it's a different experience, like watching the show, being a part of the chat house. It's different. It's different than just listening on the radio. And we try to make it enjoyable for everybody, but we really love what we've been able to not necessarily what we've been able to build, but more specifically what you guys in the chat house have been able to build over there on YouTube and Twitch.
We love the chatty house. We love the people in the chat. Even BTR, real name Roddy. All right, big up to our guy Roddy, man. We always have fun with him, man. He dishes it, we dish it back. He takes it, we take it. It's a good time, man.
Roddy is not the person who was fired for putting up the bad poll question earlier, so we'll try to figure out a new one to get posted here in the second half of the show. Matt George is going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour. We do have power rankings that we want to get to. We have a number of things I want to get to non-Kings related that we will in time, including power rankings, and including I have a 49ers question for you that I just kind of want to. You indeed are. So I'll throw that at you, but. You were talking about winning a minute ago. You were referencing the pre-Thanksgiving game with Alex Lynn and a moment where it was clear, like Alex Lynn's focus is winning. The most important thing is winning. And we've had extended conversations both on the radio, on the live stream, with James, with ourselves about is this organization's goal winning? And that's not just the players and Alex Lynn and Alvin Gentry and Buddy Hield and Marvin Bagley, but also the shadowy figures that we don't talk about. Is their number one purpose winning? Ownership. Is their number one purpose winning, or is their number one purpose saying we have an NBA team? When we zero this back in on the players and we talk about winning being the focus, this is a stretch here. I think it was 2 games in 5 days, 2 games in 6 days. Like, it was an unusual stretch here, especially given the basketball that we've seen over like the last year and a half, going from the bubble to the truncated season, even to this start of the season, which isn't truncated at all. It just, there was Kings basketball every other day for like a month and a half. What do you think the focus is for the Kings, like right now in this moment? Like, we've heard from Alvin Gentry and Tyrese Halliburton, and God bless them all for giving us the sound bites, but I ultimately think that that's what they are. They're sound bites when there is no James Ham and Jason Anderson around, and they're off in their room and the guys are practicing. What do you think the focus is? Because for so long with Luke Walton, we've got to tighten up some things defensively. Well, damn it, it hasn't worked. Because if you've been paying attention, the Kings are actually still bad defensively. So what do you think the focus has been for this Kings team led by Alvin Gentry in this stretch of basketball, or this stretch of 5 or 6 days where they've only had to play a couple of games?
I think the focus, I think it's still on defense. They still talk about defense, but more importantly than that, I think they just kind of start with this thing that you can't quantify with numbers necessarily, and that's just playing team basketball on both sides of the floor. Are we this defensive juggernaut? No, but if my man is helping me out, somebody's got to help the helper. You know what I mean? And giving maximum effort for things like that, plays like that. On the offensive end, playing team basketball, moving the ball around, not settling for just, a decent shot, trying to get a good shot, even that means creating it for somebody else. I think those things are the things that have been the focus right now before we even get to the X's and O's and things of that nature for this Kings team. They had to have a change in mindset. They had to have a shift in mindset to kind of turn this thing around a little bit.
And I think that's one of the frustrating themes one of the frustrating things with this team is they say all the right things. And if all those things are happening, like Tyrese earlier was talking about communication and accountability. Okay, well, if the communication and accountability is really there, y'all don't have an excuse for losing some of those games the way that you did.
Mm-hmm.
And now that's how many times, how many games from how many players have we heard we've got to communicate defensively? Like the Kings, this is a wild sentence to say for a team that is 4 games under 500, but it appears, but by their own admittance, or perhaps just using their own words to make my point, they're front runners.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've talked about how they communicate when things are going well, but tend to clam up when things aren't. Right. Isn't that the time you need to communicate the most?
You would think
when it's going bad.
You would think getting back to the basics, the bare basics of what you're trying to do out there on the floor, and the first thing, like when I coach, these kids and tell them, look, all you have to do a lot of the times to get everybody on the same page every time is just talk. Just tell me what you're doing, right? And I think when you do that, it makes it easier for you to know where you're supposed to be. It makes it easier for your team to know. Like if a guy is, on the far side of the court where the ball isn't at, get in help position and just literally just tell me what you're doing. Mm-hmm. If you're in help, say, help. If you're one pass away and you're deny. Now that's more high school, kid stuff. I don't expect that to go on in the NBA. It's a little more complex than that. But the idea of communicating and talking on the defensive end, that should never go away. The good teams in the NBA still do that. It's not as elementary as getting pistols and say help, but it's still, hey, screen's coming, I got your help. And then the other guy's like, yo, go get ready to switch that. I'm coming, all this other stuff. Like that talking takes place for all the good teams on the defensive end. So the fact that, you got to always reset that's a problem with this team. Like, we got to remember to communicate. It's once
How do you forget?
For the good teams, it's not a remember. It's just what you do.
Yeah.
It's just what you do. This is what I'm on defense. I'm talking, I'm communicating.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, they got to get that out of their systems. I have my reservations of if this particular group can do that. I hope they can. But
And that's what
I'm talking about, these guys that have been together for the last few years. They say, like you just said the same thing for the last 2-3 years after these games.
Right. And that's what I can't get over. How do you, it's one thing to not know the problem, right? That is an entirely different problem in and of itself. When you can't identify what's wrong, when seemingly everyone involved can identify it, and you regularly throughout the year take steps to address it, but then stop. Like you take those 2 steps forward and immediately fall 4 steps back, not immediately, but you take the 2 steps forward and then a couple of things go wrong and you fall 4 steps back. Like and I guess this again, it's where I feel like we're finding new ways to say the same things over and over again, because now what we're getting into is the lack of leadership, because there's no one to stand up during the game, not in a post-game press conference, but during the game and say, yo, communicate. Guys, we've got to talk to each other. We're missing this on the defensive end. We're missing that. We're missing this. Hell, maybe we're missing something on the offensive end. Maybe we're not doing this. We're not doing that. We've got to go back to communicating. Right. Our record shows we're successful when we communicate. Let's not let this game that we're in right now against the Los Angeles Lakers, who have made this big run on us, let's not let this game get away. We're still up 6. Let's go back to communicate. Let's get back out there on the defensive end. Let's stop letting Russell Westbrook walk to the basket. Step 1. Step 2, let's communicate with each other. But they wait. It's like they're the start Monday guys. Like, there are people, and God bless every single one of you. There are people right now on December 7th, almost an entire month away, who are thinking, you know what? I'm gonna get in shape. I'm gonna get in shape starting January 1st. It's like, yo, that's a month away. Why don't you start now? It's Tuesday. Who starts something on Tuesday?
Hey, look,
who starts something on the 7th? You got to start it on the 1st or a Monday. That's what the Kings are.
Yeah. Guilty as charged. You know how many weeks I've been like, yo, I'm going to start this weightlifting program. And then I think about it on Thursday. I'm like, can't start Thursday. I need to start on Sunday night. And then Sunday night gets here.
The Kings.
It don't happen. Yeah, guilty as charged. But that's a great call. That's who they are. But they don't start, seems like, until somebody loses their job or is in danger of losing their job. Because after the Lakers, we had conversations of, is Alvin Gentry going to get fired in the middle of this season?
We did. Yep, we sure did.
I hope all that is out the window. My hope and my belief are 2 different things. My hope is all that is out the window. They've turned the page. Maybe a light bulb has gone off in that locker room, and they're ready to do some things. But I don't know. I don't know.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. We're live on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching, we hope that you hit the thumbs up. And if you're not, go check us out later. Again, it's youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Hit the subscribe button, or if Twitch is more your vibe, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, and hit the follow button right there. Yeah, that's a characteristic that's just absolutely maddening about this team. And it's why I think so many fans are petrified to take on a 5-win Orlando Magic team tomorrow. Because it's the whole conversation we were having yesterday. What's it going to take for you to believe in them? Because we're here. We're going to talk about the Kings, win or lose. We're here. As long as you're here to talk about the Kings, we're here to talk about them. We got you. But I don't know that anyone's like, okay. I don't know that anyone's clapping their hands like, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's more like, all right, guys, let's go get this 5-20 team.
Let's win, please.
Come on, don't blow it. Like, let's
just
go.
win. And
I don't know.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know what the Charlotte game is going to look like. Like, I don't know who's actually going to be available for that game. That's another one where I think if you're missing Terry Rozier, if you're missing LaMelo, if you're missing some of those guys, Kings fans are going to go into it with remembrances of the Philadelphia 76ers, the Scranton 52ers. And then I think, they're going to have a hell of a fight on Saturday night.
Yeah. Roy Hornets still got some ball players. I was watching them last night. Kelly Oubre went crazy, 35 on the night. It's funny. I was just thinking, getting ready for the show, and it's crazy. And this is also a thing that should terrify people about this game, right? These are the things that I'm talking about, because there is a very, very real possibility that when we come in on Thursday, we'll start the show with like, well, through all the craziness that goes on, we look up in the standings, and if the season were to end today, look who's in the play-in game, because the Kings win, Timberwolves lose, Blazers lose, Kings will be like the A seed. Or the ninth.
That's true story. They'd be ninth, but yeah,
something ridiculous.
I mean, maybe Denver. If Denver drops, Denver doesn't have one tonight, so you would need Denver to drop.
Mavericks play back to back. The Mavericks play today. They're 2 games behind the Mavericks, or 1.5.
They are currently, your Dallas Mavericks are 11-11. They are 2 games ahead. Of Mavericks, the Sacramento Kings.
The Mavericks play the Nets and Grizzlies on a back-to-back. So
Memphis,
these are the things that we've said for the last few years, right? And we've had games.
Programming note.
Yes, they played on Saturday too. I missed that one. I got to check this one out. Jimmy Butler left the game yesterday with a tailbone injury, so we'll see how that plays out. But these are the times and the moments that we've had the last few years that I always talk about, and it's like, oh well. They got this opportunity to do this and that, and they never come through. They never take advantage of these opportunities. So, and it's against like a bad team. It's never like this opportunity is against the Bucks, right? You're playing somebody like Orlando, where if you win and a couple other teams lose, you'll be in a spot that'll make you feel good about yourself. Be like, oh, well, look at this. Look where we're at. Look at God. Let me tell you about my God. They'll put you in that scenario, and they almost never come through. So we'll see what happens on Wednesday night. We'll see what we're talking about on Thursday. But I mean, here they are with another opportunity. And to be fair to them, they've put themselves in this opportunity by winning 4 of 6. I'll be fair to that. Like when things were going bad, and it was I think it was the throw-up game. Is that after that they won a game? No, they lost to Philly, and then they won. What was that game? It was Portland and LA. And that's
Detroit. Okay.
Yeah, but that was the start of 4 out of 6. So after the Philly game, they could have went in the tank some more, but even with that Memphis and LA game, they found a way to win 4 out of the last 6. So they put themselves in this position. And can they cash in? This is a mini Money in the Bank. This is nothing. It's absolutely nothing. But these are the little milestones and the little opportunities that you have to take care of and practice taking care of. So if you get to a bigger milestone and a bigger opportunity, you know you could do it. Crawl before you walk.
You use the Money in the Bank analogy, and this is the wrestler there's no one in the ring. This is the Kings. There's no one in the ring, and they're slow climbing up the staircase. Like if they just run up the staircase, they could grab the briefcase and win. If the Kings just beat some of these bad teams, they'd be in a different position. But no. That's not the way we do it, because this is sports entertainment. We're slow walking up the ladder. And what we're waiting for is for Hornswoggle to come under the ring and push the ladder over. That's what we're waiting to happen, because that's regularly. Yeah, that's it.
I just can't get there.
Every ladder match, every Money in the Bank ladder match, every ladder match in wrestling is exactly the same. That's the Kings. They're slow climbing up this ladder, and inevitably, Hornswoggle is going to come from underneath the ring and turn the ladder over. And then the Kings are going to fall. And then this is what happens. This is what we saw. Someone came out, pushed the ladder over, and they crotched the ropes like they always do and bounce around, fall to the floor. Everybody's knocked out, right? But then the ladder gets set back up. And what happens? The Kings start slow climbing up that ladder again. And that's what they're doing right now. They're slow climbing up the ladder again.
At the top of the ladder.
And that's what we want, though. We want the slugfest at the top of the ladder. We just never get to the slugfest because we always get knocked over.
Oh, man, that's a great call. That's a great call. So we'll see what happens on Wednesday. We'll see. For the record, I think I forgot who the Timberwolves play, but it's not an easy game. And
does anyone have the Money in the Bank briefcase?
Are they wrestling at all right now? Is WWE literally taking off season? Right?
I did.
Come on.
I believe Raw is definitely on. SmackDown, it's definitely on. I just don't know who has Money in the Bank right now. Does anyone even have it?
No idea.
I feel like someone might have like cashed in. I don't know.
Because I lost track of it after what's his name tried to did he cash in? He cashed Miz cashed in and then got beat up by Bobby.
Oh, that's right. Miz cashed in. Okay. I can't remember how long ago that was though.
That was it in the summer or before the summer?
I don't know.
Wait a minute, I don't know.
Oh, Big E had it. That's right. Big E had it. He cashed it in. There it is. All right. Now I feel better. That would have bothered me. That would have ate the show up. I got it. Yeah.
And now there is no Money in the Bank until the new Money in the Bank.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Shout out to Danny, who just jumps in and says, "Have y'all discussed the Fox trade yet?" 916-349-1320. Let's get hey, Stanley's here. Stanley, what's happening, my brother?
Not too much. I wanted to ask Kenny something. I don't know if you all saw this. I happened to catch it Saturday when I was at work.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching that Pittsburgh Wake Forest game.
Yeah.
And now I know the NBA has that rule about flopping and everything, but I don't know. I'm looking back on it. Some of us were talking about it at work. I mean, they got the rule. You can't, when the quarterback gives himself up, you can't touch him, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, when somebody act like they're going to slide down, and then the dude lets up, and then he decides to keep running, I mean, that's got the potential to get somebody hurt.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I know exactly the player you're talking about, Stanley, and you're right. Like, and that was a big discussion yesterday. Not a big discussion, but people discussed it yesterday. You're going to get one of these quarterbacks killed because of something like that. Well, not killed literally, but they're going to get pretty hard.
They're going to bring back jacked up.
Yeah.
Bring back one of those segments.
I don't know what you do. Like, you can't penalize the quarterback, but
he didn't do anything illegal.
No, you can't penalize him, but maybe you just tell your quarterback, like, don't do that. Because even if you make it that time,
for your own good.
Yeah, the next time they're not going to take their chances with getting flagged or not getting flagged.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those, maybe it becomes one of those unwritten rules. You know what I'm saying?
Unwritten rules.
Yeah, don't do that because it might not be good for you or anybody following you.
I understand the dangers of it.
Mm-hmm.
But my man executed that thing to perfection.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Like all he really did is because I didn't see the play live. When you said he faked the slide, it was like, okay, he kind of chopped his feet and like dropped his hip.
Yeah,
and managed. He didn't stay in stride, but relative, like he never lost balance. He never kind of lost anything. He just like chopped. It was like a dance. He like chopped and dropped it. And then he saw everyone let up, and then he took off to the side, and it was like, yo, okay. That was that's going to get someone killed, but that was a brilliant. It worked. Like I don't know. It
definitely worked.
It was legal.
Oof, man.
You know how football is. You got to wait for someone to get killed before you change the rule.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to say, and that's why I say unwritten, self-police yourself. If I'm the coach, I'll be like, hey.
That ain't a thing in football, Brody.
I know what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They be going after knees and all that other stuff. What we saw in the Seahawks game, the guy came and gives the elbow, shoulder, forearm shiver to Elijah Mitchell's head. Like it's all good. Yeah. So, yeah, somebody got to tell him.
That was a dirty play in back call.
Yeah, very dirty. That was a good move by you, son, but don't do that again. Don't do that again.
We'll step out. We'll come back. I want to do power rankings because this was fun. This was actually a lot of work, and there are teams that I think there are really good teams left out. So we'll do that.
They have
powerless rankings
in the NFL. Like I don't even know if they have that many good teams in the NFL to be left out. That's what I think about power rankings.
Okay, I left a couple out. I'll tell you who when we get back. We'll have powerless rankings, and I have a 49ers question. I got to ask you. I want to get back to the Kings. We'll talk with Matt George coming up in about an hour. But there's a 49ers question I want to ask you. So we got that power rankings, all of that good stuff coming up here as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. Man, the internet is not cooperating with us today. I know we're off. Like I can hear it and see it.
It's back on now, but it keeps going back and forth.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a refresh while I'm out.
Wow. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And yesterday we talked about the big Tank Davis versus Isaac Cruz match that took place on Sunday. But now I want to talk about what happened on Saturday as we got to see the other top lightweight in the division in Devin Haney going up against JoJo Diaz. First of all, when you talk about the fight, it was a good fight. I thought it was a good fight. It was a highly skilled fight. JoJo and Devin, they know what they're doing in there. So that was probably the reason why you didn't see an all-out war a lot of the times. A lot of chess playing going on with that one. So that was a good fight. But it was a clear win for Devin Haney. Wasn't close. The thing about Devin Haney, because I don't think he was like really hurt really bad in that fight, not like the Linares fight, but he got buzzed a couple times. JoJo sensed some momentum, sensed that he had him hurt a little bit and tried to go after it. Shout out to Haney for being able to stand in there and take some of those punches and make it through the fight. But this is the thing that I worry about with Devin Haney. Supremely skilled. Out of all the guys in that lightweight division, I think Devin Haney might be the most skilled boxer. I mean, he understands the sweet science to no end. But if he goes against the wrong guy and gets hit with the wrong punch, will it completely wipe all that out? And that's what I talk about when I talk about Haney versus Tank. Haney is probably the superior boxer, even though Tank has improved his skills over the last few years. Haney just has God-given gifts as a boxer and understanding the sweet science. But number one, he has no pop. He has no pop. We can say that. And number two, it gets a little chinny sometimes. And you go up against somebody like Gervonta and you're a little chinny, it might be tough. It might be tough for you. And if you have no power, you're just going to walk through all that stuff. Oof, might be tough. Either way, I'd like to see it. Shout out to Devin Haney. Big win on Saturday. He's one of the best in the game. Shout out to Tank Davis. Win on Sunday, one of the best in the game. In 2022, let's make it happen, baby. Tank versus Haney. That's the 13th round. I'm talking about Ryan tomorrow. Definitely talking about Ryan tomorrow. Let's see. Cambosis is a tough matchup for anyone. He's good on the inside, has good timing. Cambosis is good. I don't think he beats Tank or Haney. He's a good fighter. I don't think he beats either one of them. No, man. It's time. It is time. Then they could have trilogies and rematches and things of that nature, man. It's time for all that. Well, JR, the way I saw that, but look, you're not with Top Rank anymore. Make it happen. The thing about it is, but your call outs sound hollow because when you had, you know what the politics are in boxing, you know what the promotional things are in boxing, and you had an opportunity to leave a couple years ago and make the Spence fight happen, but you chose to re-up with Top Rank and waste our time for another few years. So it rings hollow, man. Now you want the fight? Come on, man. I said for a long time Crawford doesn't really want to fight Spence. He's waiting for Spence to go to 154. We'll see what happens now, though. We'll see. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Max has boxing knowledge for sure, unmatched. I don't agree with a lot of stuff Max says, though. Yeah. He was a rapper a long time ago. The thought we'll talk about it later in the week, but forgot he was even fighting. That's the problem. Garcia is a liar. We'll talk about Ryan tomorrow. Spence been with PBC the whole time. Been with PBC the whole time. Nowhere to be found. They still have him as number one, though.
Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast set to join us about an hour from now. If you want to join us, you can join us right now. 916-349-1320. Get in on those phone lines. We'll get back to some Kings talk about some of these rumors that are out there in the NBA universes. It's a good pull right there. I like that. I'm with it. We're gearing up like the trade deadline is next week. Like it's about to go down, or it's very much not, but December 15th has become a marker, not just for the Sacramento Kings, though it definitely has for the Kings, but for, every team in the league. The contracts that were signed this offseason can't be moved until December 15th. And of course, that's 1 week from tomorrow. So we will, I guess we're just counting down here until December 15th to see if any truths are made. But the rumors are out there, man. They're out there for sure. And there's a little gasoline poured on them by Portland and Indiana today. So we'll dive into that more here as the day goes along. I want to ask you a question. I want to get to our power rankings for sure. But I want to ask you something about the 49ers that Jesse brought up to us before we went on the air today. And I just don't answer that. Don't answer that because I want to ask you that on the air and get your answer, get your honest answer. If the 49ers, and we're both in agreement here, I think the 49ers are making the playoffs. But if the 49ers go one and done in the playoffs and Trey Lance doesn't play, because apparently Trey Lance is dead because he's done. Like he does not play anymore. There's his name isn't even mentioned anymore. Is the season a success?
If they make the playoffs, yes.
So that's the goal. Let's just make the playoffs.
I mean, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. This is what I was gonna say. I'm gonna say I feel like I'm the only one, and maybe Damian too, but me, maybe Damian, the only ones that could answer this question honestly, because myself and Damian were the only ones, it seems like, that thought the 49ers would be any good coming into the season. And if it's two things here. If you didn't think the Niners were any good, you thought they were going to be garbage, you thought they weren't talented, like a Ramsey would say, like a John Bowles would say, like a
paraphrase, low key trash.
Low
That's
key
not what
trash.
she said about that. That's not what she said about the 49ers. But that's my new favorite line. Low key trash.
If you think like John Bull that this wasn't a good team, there's no way it could be a failure if you make the playoffs. If you already weren't good, if they didn't think you were any good,
but
and you made the playoffs, there's no way it's a failure. You're above expectations. I thought they were a good team from the start.
Mm-hmm.
So
I look at to answer your earlier remark. I did too.
Yeah, I thought they had a good enough roster, but we've had Kyle Madsen, Joe Shasky come on here and talk about all these holes that this roster has. It's so incomplete and it's devoid of talent and things of that nature. Well, if you believe that, if they even make the playoffs, that's a good year. Does that make sense? You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, this team has so many holes and this bad secondary, bad quarterback, and all this other stuff, and they make the playoffs and the season is a failure. If they're bad and you make the playoffs, that's not a failure of a season.
But what do you think? Or like, how would you feel?
I would feel like, I mean, it's a good season. You make the playoffs. It's a good season. It's a good season. I thought they could make the Super Bowl.
Do you think your answer would have been different if I asked you at the beginning of the year? Like if I asked you right before we throw to the first 49ers game, and I say to you, if the 49ers make the playoffs and lose in game 1, is the season a failure? Do you think your answer would have been no? And I guess the caveat to all of this is, but by the way, before you answer that, you're never going to see Trey Lance, like ever.
Well, you know me, that doesn't bother me. Like it bothered.
That's true. That's true. Yep, that's what you said before the beginning of the. You did. You said ideally we don't see him all year, which I still think is insane. But
and I'll say this, I still feel the same way. Like if we don't see him, we don't see him. But I look at what Jimmy's doing. They're 6-6. He's just doing a step above or step below, whatever you want to say, what Mac Jones is doing on a weekly basis. And it's like Trey can't do that. Like that, handing off, making these little check downs or whatever. Like you could put Trey in and he could be doing the same thing. It's a very simple offense, it seems that he's running. He could do that. Now, here's why I will say this about continuing to play Jimmy Garoppolo. I look at what goes on with understanding the offense, calling audibles, checking out of run plays, checking into pass plays and vice versa and things of that nature, and being able to recognize what the defense is doing and what the better play would be on that particular play. And I don't know if Trey can do that right now. Like, I don't think Jimmy necessarily can do it skill-wise, but I think he understands what the offense is, what the defense is trying to do, and get into the right play. He just maybe can't execute it, but he understands that. I don't know if Trey is there right now. So which means you would be dumbing down your offense even more. Maybe you'd still have the same results or whatever the case may be. But I think that's something that maybe he doesn't have a chance to execute at the same level as Jimmy.
Okay.
So
Just curious.
I don't think it's a failure. Is it some type of successful season? Is it, the season that we look back on? No. But I mean, you made the playoffs, and I'm assuming you'll have a above 500 record. You'll win 9 to 10 games to get into the playoffs. That's not a failure in my eyes, especially considering the fact that you're probably going to have to go on the road and face a division winner. Are you expected to win that game? No, once again, everybody told it.
I don't think they're going to be favored.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to be favored in any playoff game that they get to. Assuming they get there, they're not going to be favored. I don't think in any playoff game. I don't know that any team at the bottom of that conference, in terms of in the playoffs, is going to be favored to win anything like that. It's going to be a jumbled mess down there.
But even then, I mean, I know you're talking specifically about what this season is looking right now, but wild cards are never favored.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
there was only 6 teams. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like, wild cards aren't favored. If the home team is going to be the favorite team. Now there could be somebody be like, oh, I think they could get them, or look out for, people are sleeping on this game and things of that nature. But that's usually 1 out of the 4 games every year. It's not. Sure. So
it's just so weird that Trey is gone. At least it's weird to me. Like we would see him involved a little bit here, involved a little bit there, and now just we don't. I don't even know I got a sideline shot of him.
He hadn't even really been involved all season, if we're being honest.
No, he really didn't. Yeah, it was like a play here and a play there, which I thought was even stranger than not playing him at all.
Yeah, week 1, I didn't like what they did week 1, even though he had a touchdown pass and all that. I thought that was
first play of his career.
Yeah, I thought that was
even
trash.
Tommy can't say that. Why? You thought it was trash because why?
Not the touchdown play, but if you remember how they used him, like they literally after the touchdown pass, they brought him in on like some Wildcat stuff for the next like 4 or 5.
I got you. Yeah.
That's trash.
Yeah.
Like,
don't
play him.
I wasn't for that.
Then don't play him. Mm-hmm. And he didn't really play him after that. He brought him in for the play.
He heard you. He was like, all right, you don't want to, no Wildcat, no Trey. Careful what you ask for.
He brought him in for the play at the end of the half in the Green Bay game. And then he was forced to come in due to injury in the Seahawks game and the Cardinals game, and hasn't been seen since.
Yeah.
And me personally, I know everybody's against that, or a lot of people are against that. I don't have a problem with that.
So what's next year then?
Next year is going to be.
I don't want to look forward to. I'm not trying to look past this year. There's still a lot of football left. But what is next year like the? Is next year the gap year?
No, absolutely.
Oh, next year it's Trey full steam ahead.
Yeah,
it's Trey.
What you mean gap
11
year?
win? I mean,
play next year.
No. I mean, like in terms of team success.
Yeah, you plan to be a good team. You plan to be contending for a division title next year. Why wouldn't you?
Well, because you got a quarterback who hasn't stepped on an NFL field and in reality hasn't played competitive football in how long now? By the time week 1 gets here, assuming everybody stays healthy, and that's certainly what we want with the 49ers quarterbacks the rest of the year, Trey steps on the football field to play a complete football game for the first time since when? In week 1 next year?
Well,
years.
He did play in the Cardinals game. Started and played the whole Cardinals. Started or played the second half of the Seahawks game. So he's gotten a little taste. But let me ask you this. If they were to play Trey Lance from week 1 this year, what would your expectations of this team be? Would this be a gap year? Like you can go 7-10 and it would be okay?
I think gap years is a load of crap.
That's what I'm saying. So like
I don't.
Whether they played him this year or next year,
honestly,
it would have been the same.
If you had told me the 49ers were 6-6, everything breaks the same with Trey Lance as the quarterback, I would have believed you.
I would have. That I understand that. But what I'm saying, expectations coming into the year, if they would have, they trade Jimmy at the draft, they take him, he's the starter. The expectations for this team would have been, all right, Trey's kind of the missing piece. Now go compete for a division title. Like that would have been the expectations this year. It would not have been okay to go 5-12 this year just because you have a rookie quarterback.
Agree.
So there's no change next year.
Well, it's just another year in which he hasn't played. You shrug your shoulders. That's the only point I'm trying.
Would be the same whether he played this year or didn't play at all.
Is that fair?
For the next year, yeah, because you got a year.
Dude who played
your belt.
A dude he's played 6 quarters of football in like 3 years. By the time next season rolls around,
but he would. My thing would be he wouldn't have played any quarters of NFL football or competitive football in like a year and a half coming into this year if he was a starter, and the expectations would be the same.
Okay,
like whether he starts next year or this year, there is no buffer period. Like you're going to be expected to come in there and lead this team to wins.
And you're probably going to have to figure out how to do it with multiple starters getting hurt on a very regular basis because that's what this team does. Don't count on having Debo for 17 games. Don't count on having George Kittle for 17 games. Pray to God that your defense can have 97 and Fred Warner for as close to 17 games as possible. I think with those weapons, and we saw this a little bit with Kittle. That was a very winnable game for the 49ers this weekend without Debo, and I think we've seen it with Debo without Kittle. You want them both on the field, but you can zero in on one as long as you have maybe Elijah Mitchell, and I think that'll be the case moving forward. You have Elijah Mitchell working for you. You have a couple of things working for you in the run game. You can make up for some deficiencies on the offensive end. You can't do that on the defensive end.
Right.
97 is one of one. Fred Warner, as we know, that's one of one. And now you've got Emmanuel Mosley out. Like that's 49ers got to fix that, and they got to fix that this year. So that's something obviously the 49ers have to address next year is that secondary, because you can't leave. You shouldn't be leaving Jimmy Garoppolo out there like that. You can't leave Trey Lance. You can't leave your offense out there with your last line of defense being exposed the way that it is. Like that's something that this front office, whether it's John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, or the collective, they've got to get that addressed this offseason. That has to be priority number one.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. They got some work to do to, fill out some of the holes that they do have on the roster. I think they do have holes, and they got to use the draft and the free agent period to do that. One thing that they should be able to do, and was part of their, I guess, strategy here, is you move Jimmy off the books, and this year you can go hard in the free agency because you got Trey Lance on a rookie deal. So we'll see what happens there. This is why I love the chat, though. It's Jay Solo says, so Trey is a bust then. Who said?
How so?
I don't know.
Oh. All right. All right. I don't know. I don't get it, but all right. I mean, can you be a bust if like the coach doesn't play? No, you just can't get it. Like you just can't play. Yeah. That was the funny part about the Joe calls at the beginning of the year, like the Mac Jones stuff. It's like and then now he's dedicated to the bit, which is just awesome. Yeah. But like you're comparing, because it started out Mac Jones versus Trey Lance. Now it's Mac Jones versus nobody because there's no one to compare him to. Like Trey's just not playing.
And then also it's a crazy comparison because, you almost can't do it in football, because Joe is essentially saying that if Mac Jones was on the Niners, they'd be 9-4. And who agrees with that?
Nobody. Well, maybe Joe does. I don't think Joe does. I don't think anybody does. I think his point has always been I don't know. He'll inevitably call.
Yeah, we don't know what the point is, because he says Mac Jones is good, and I've been like, I know I've said that.
I think he always says Mac Jones is doing his job. He's doing what the Patriots are asking him to do. But if he was the 49ers quarterback, that's not what the 49ers would be asking him to do. Because they don't have the defense that Bill Belichick has in New England.
Mm-hmm.
They say this is a big rich town.
Yeah, let's hit it one more time. Come on.
This is a big rich town.
Hey, one more. Hey, were you disappointed? Someone asked me this yesterday. Were you disappointed in the way this series ended?
Power.
The real power. Yeah, James St. Patrick.
No, not necessarily. I don't want to say it jumped the shark, but it got a little crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm in the crazy seasons. I'm definitely in the crazy seasons. But I wasn't disappointed in the way that it ended.
No.
But yeah, I'm in the crazy seasons.
I guess maybe I would not have wanted the person who, took
The
Ghost
act.
out. Yeah, I probably would have wanted someone else, but I'm not sure if I would have wanted someone else or not.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't have
any
any ill will towards how it finished.
I mean, it was damn near a 6-season thread, though. It's hard to turn your nose up at long-term planning. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, just watching it back the second time, it's like, boy, man, it's there. Like it's there. And I think they do a great job in the final season of kind of tying everything together before it happens.
Right.
But
They I feel like it really lost steam once Kanan was gone. Because then it just got, I don't have any problem with it. I watched it. I watched season 2, the latest episode of Ghost season 2 last night. Like I'm watching regardless. But after Kanan was gone, it got a little cartoonish with who could have killed him.
Well, I think with Kanan gone, it becomes like it becomes a rush. Now they're just trying to get to the finish. I think Kanan being gone was the start of the end, and they're just trying to tell all of the stories to get to the end.
Yeah.
And the final season was so weird because you get to the climax halfway through the season, and then the second half is the weird kind of run back as to essentially like the whodunit type thing, which it's interesting. It was good. It was just it was interesting. That's not what you're here for. You're here for this. Let's go. Come on.
I just come from the poet's pond.
All right, you want to lead us off this week?
I gotta make it. Had to finish that. Yeah.
You know what does catch me though is like I'll have that, like I love sound, right? So power is great if you got a good sound system. And every 50 record seems to be hot because 50's records hit as the credits, and that show ends and that 50 beats. Woo! What 50 song is this? And then you put it on you put it on like the iPad or this doesn't sound as good without the credits rolling. But in that moment, like that joint hit.
This one still hits. So I'll be playing this one in the car.
10 times out of 10. Yeah, 10 times out of 10. The music to Power was flawless.
Yeah. It didn't right around season 4, from 1 to 4, it really didn't get any better at that time.
It was either excessive violence or excessive nudity, like one or the other, and the music matched the scene perfectly.
When that SSC warning came on.
Boy.
When they came at the beginning and gave all those I saw that SSC, I was like, oh, it's one of those weeks.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those.
Oh boy, the NFL. Here we go. My NFL power rankings. Gotta be honest with you, not much of anything changed.
Really?
This is where I disagree with your assessment earlier when you're like, I had to leave a lot of good teams out.
I said I left some teams. I said I left some good teams out.
Not really. I went with the Packers still at number 1. The Cardinals still at number 2. Cardinals with a good win against the Bears. But that's not enough to bolt them to number 1. I take that back. I had the Cardinals at number 3. I did move the Chiefs up from 4 to 3 with their win. I had the Patriots at 5 last week. I moved them up to 4. And look, man, this is where the gut comes from. Just the gut feeling. I know they lost, but I still got the Ravens at 5 ahead of the Bucks. It was between them and the Bucks.
Okay.
I'm still keeping the Ravens at 5.
Okay. The Ravens were a team I frustratingly left out because of that loss, and they're right there. Dallas is right there. Both of those teams won games. Baltimore lost, but they both have the same record. I put Kansas City at number 5. Packers, who didn't play, I put them at number 4. And you're going to hate all of this. I put the Bucks at number 3. Despite there's no Rams in here either. Hashtag low key trash. But my top 2 teams, all the way up to number 2 from 4, now officially my New England Patriots, my coach, Bill Belichick, 7 straight wins, the hottest team in the National Football League. I've got the Patriots. I've got the Patriots at 2, and the Cardinals back at number 1.
They're on fire right now. No, I mean, Patriots are balling right now. Like we mentioned earlier, best defense in football. I mean, these guys are locked down for sure.
I think there's going to be I only dropped the Packers down a little bit because they didn't play. I desperately want to put Baltimore back in there. I think they were my top team last week, but it's like losing to retiring Ben Roethlisberger. Like, is Ben Roethlisberger really retiring, or is he retiring like TT's retiring?
TT.
Never mind.
Retiring. Where did you get that exclusive from?
That's what I read. That's what I read.
Exclusive nugget from that he's.
I read TT's retiring. That's what I saw on the internet. TT's retiring. I'm telling you, man, I really think Tristan needs to go in a box, bro. I'm telling you, we need to have a long discussion about putting Tristan in a box. You want to hit power? We're acting like this is somehow after a year and a half into the show, we found a topic that's untouchable, and it's Tristan Thompson's freaking extracurricular activities. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
TT.
You got power lists.
Back into the powerless rankings. Number 5, I got the Bears. All right.
Congratulations to Chicago. They do.
Number 4, the team that was number 1 last week. I moved them all up. Congratulations, Coach Campbell. The Lions are now number 4. Big ups to them on getting that win.
That's worthy of. There you go.
Yeah. Big ups to them, man. And then number 3, I have the Jags. Number 2, I have the Jets. Number 1, I have the Texans. Worst team in football.
Completely agree. I'll hit you with my powerless rankings when we return. We'll get back to Kings basketball as well. Touch on some of the rumors. Oh, we got to touch on the COVID is back with a vengeance, apparently. Or perhaps it never left, but there's some new protocols coming into place that could make things interesting moving forward. Or not. We'll explain. Steelo and KC continue on Sacramento's number 1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. I can't wait for Matt George to get here. This show is kicking my ass.
Long show. I'm hungry, too.
Yeah.
Hungry early. Let me slide real quick, though.
Yeah. Boy, y'all and them TT jokes, man. I'm telling you. Y'all and them TT jokes. Yeah, she must be one hell of a trainer for sure, Zebra PT. Oh, man. John. Oh, man. I'm telling you, I think we just need to box up Tristan Thompson and put him away. Put it away. Oh, no. I don't have any wrestling hot takes. Someone from Elk Grove is calling me. Should I answer it? I wonder if it's going to say, your warranty is expired. See? Dealer service. Shut up. You ain't my dealer. I don't even know I got a car. Knock it off. I hate those, man. Dude, spamming on cell phones has just gotten bananas. Just absolutely crazy. I legit don't answer my phone anymore. Like, just never. Yeah, I'm looking for some wrestling notes. There's not. There is no. That's actually what I was looking for. I tried to follow up on that this morning. Rob Dub. There's nothing other than he was sent home, but no update. That's a big emphatic no. I was hoping no one would remember that. That is an emphatic. God, it just went so south for them, and now I feel like Baker's just playing so jacked up. Yeah, not feeling good about that. Dude, it's brutal. It's seriously, like every time the phone rings, at least now sometimes the caller ID says spam risk. Like any number that's not in my phone, it's a spam risk. D'Lo, you should do the house show by taking questions before the show and answering them. I'm down for that. What should I put a tweet up? What do you want me to do? Put a tweet up and send your wrestling questions to it? I'll do that. We'll do that tomorrow. So it could be like past or present stuff. Preferably past when talking about wrestling was fun. Miami says Jimmy Butler has been ruled out. Oh, man, he's out for tomorrow's game against Miami. That's a bummer. No, because it's hard to say. Like Hulk Hogan stuff, like I don't think it ages bad just because like Hulk Hogan was like literally talking to kids. That was the whole gist of it. Like he was talking to me, like he was talking to 5-year-old D'Lo, 6-year-old D'Lo, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. The Rock, like I was let's see, 97, 98. So I was 17, 18, 19, 20 years old. And it just comes across as cheesy now. The Hulk Hogan stuff in the 80s comes across as like a superhero. The Rock stuff just kind of comes across as cheesy. Matt George set to join us coming up here in about 30 minutes. If you want to watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome those listening on 1320 AM and the Odyssey app as well. As we wrap up powerless rankings, KC, I too moved the Detroit Lions out of that number one spot. The most powerless team. Gave them a little grace, but you're right. Texans are the worst team in football. I got the Jaguars right after them, the Detroit Lions, the New York Jets, and the New York Giants. And there were much like the power rankings. There were plenty of bad teams to choose from as it pertains to the power lists. We almost had to make this a top 10.
Yeah. Gets extended a little bit now with everything that's going on in the NFL.
Just awful, man. A couple of notes. Happy birthday, Larry Bird. That wasn't the note. I just looked at my phone and Larry Bird's.
Give him some
air horns.
Yeah, man, Larry Bird, man.
Your camera got blurry after you sat down. Like you're very. This is standard. This is standard definition, Kenny.
Oh, did it go back or no? It didn't go back.
Not really.
Come on,
not really. But that's all right. We'll get
Why
through
are
it together.
Doing that to me.
Well, they're doing you dirty. Well, you're too good looking for YouTube, man. That's what it is. That's what it is. I did not intend to tell you Larry Bird turned 65 today, but in fact he does. What I did want to tell you is we were looking forward to the Miami-Milwaukee game, and as you kind of noted, Jimmy Butler out with that tailbone injury. Actually, Jimmy Butler and Markieff Morris both out of Wednesday's game against Milwaukee, and Luka Doncic, Tim Hardaway, and Kristaps Porzingis, they are all playing tonight against the Brooklyn Nets. So there's a couple of NBA notes for you.
Good for them.
As we roll along. Boy, that Kristaps Porzingis noise died down pretty quick, didn't it?
Yeah.
Is it going to get louder here in the next
probably
2 months?
Yeah, I've heard some things with Kristaps, today, and they were talking about CJ and Kristaps, and Yeah, it's gonna come up again. It's definitely gonna come up again.
Okay.
Hey, I got an on this day, not on this day. Meant to say
Run
yes.
that by me again.
I got an
Oh,
on this day. It's not
yesterday.
on this day.
On this yesterday.
You'd appreciate this. In 2005,
Yep.
the Carter 2 dropped.
Okay.
What's your favorite
Classic.
Carter?
Well, 2
was fire.
That was heavy radio play. Yeah, that
2
was
fire.
Yeah, that is tough because that was heavy radio play.
Well, 3 was the most radio play though.
Was it?
3 was 3 had Lollipop.
Was that Lily? Oh, okay. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. Okay. What was 2?
2 was Fireman and
Oh, no. Okay. No. 3's the one. I mean, 2 is hot, but 3's the one that I must have heard the Carter 3 a million times.
Yeah. And the Carter 1 was 2. Wait, no, Carter 1 had Go DJ, which I heard on Saturday. And I was listening to like Kid Capri or something like that. And he, did the whole New York DJ thing where he plays his song and then he cuts it off and he says something. So it's like, Go DJ. And he goes, this still goes crazy in the clubs. And I was like, you're right. Like, Go DJ, come on. And it's almost on Back That Ass Up levels. Not there because that's just a one of one.
That's absurd.
Go DJ.
We act like isn't it? It's so funny, man. When you're out somewhere, even when you're out somewhere and a song comes on that you've heard a million times, but you go bananas because the song came on in like a different place.
Yeah.
It's music is fascinating. Music is fascinating, and our reaction to music is fascinating.
It is. I always think about, and I enjoy going to them, but going to concerts. Like all I'm doing is seeing the person perform, especially rap concerts.
Rap concerts. They're absurd. Like old school rap concerts too. Like, because essentially what you're doing is you're going to hang out with 17,000 people and sing literally the record.
Yeah.
Like you and the artist, you're just singing on the record. Y'all are just doing it together in a really big room.
Yeah.
You go to like a concert headlined by like Bone, like them old 101 shows with the Bone Thugs and Harmony, Monica, and like, oh yeah, we just all go in there and sing the same songs together. That's all we do.
I'm there. They got I'm going to the compound though, so I won't be there.
Compound, huh? Yeah. It's my little house, man. We're gonna have a good time on Saturday, though, boy. I tell you, we're gonna have a good time on Saturday.
I think my answer might be the Carter 2, though. Carter 1 was crazy. The Carter 1 was like, oh, Lil Wayne, you got it like that?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I know you said you were the best rapper alive since the best rapper retired, but I didn't know you had it like that.
I interviewed him in Miami, at the MTV Video Music Awards. And this was 2000. It was Katrina. I don't remember what year that was, but it was.
What was that?
It was it was literally like Hurricane Katrina just went through Miami.
I feel like it was 2006 or 2008. I can't remember.
But
6.
He did the interview like this. This is just how he talked. Like he was just super shy and low key. And like, this is how he talked the whole interview. Like he never raised his voice. Like, yeah, he was talking like he had Trina over here to the side. He was just talking about the records and he was like super low key and like kind of shy. He did the whole, I honestly think when we were done, like I thought like, yo, the interview's cool, but we're probably going to have to trash it. Like, and so, when someone does that as the interviewer,
yeah,
you see waveforms on social media, or you see, you constantly see the popping color bars. Well, you can't have one guy be down here and the other guy be way up here. So all of a sudden I found myself talking to Lil Wayne, like, yeah, so like, tell me, like, I had to, like, I was trying to figure out, like, yo, how are we going to make this work? And to see how because he was like big in rap circles.
Mm-hmm.
especially like everybody had like Lil Wayne mixtapes at that point, and that whole crew, Cash Money that whole crew was still heat.
Mm-hmm.
And then like to think like, yo, that dude just exploded in the years following. And I always think back to that. I met Floyd that same trip. Floyd was promoting music. Couldn't have been better. Because he knew he had to be the star of the show because no one knew who his artist was.
Yeah.
So he was promoting, some hip hop artist, but he would be in every interview. He would talk it up. He would take every picture, do everything that you asked him to do. And I remember, he was great. Same trip, probably, same day.
It's funny with Floyd. I've heard like both sides. I've heard people say Floyd is like really nice. Like what you see on TV isn't necessarily an act, but it's not representative of who he is. And like Floyd is a really nice guy. And then I've heard people say Floyd is a jerk.
Well,
like,
I'm gonna stop short of calling him a nice guy just because of
he's got all that other stuff. Yeah. I'm just talking about their interaction.
But his interactions with me,
right,
for what he was that day, he was great. And like he was kind of like Usher was doing the same thing. Like Usher was showing around like these young artists that he knew. And this is when someone like truly gets it. He knew no one wanted to talk to them, but if he got them down city, it's why Hulk Hogan did the same thing. Hulk Hogan was trying to introduce his daughter into the music world. So he went in and I'll never forget the first time I met Hulk Hogan. We was at this it was for the Radio Music Awards in Las Vegas. I'm sitting with Mario Lopez. We're doing something together, and Big Boy's crew is next to us. Like Prince Marky D, who's doing a show in Miami, is next to us. Hulk Hogan walks in, and I'm telling you, like run DMC is in there doing interviews. Just all Dougie Fresh. Like there's a whole hip hop contingent there. They did something on the Radio Music Awards that week. There's this whole crew that everyone is like Mario Lopez goes like, yo, he's like, Hulk Hogan's here. Like what? And we look over and like Hulk Hogan's walking in with his daughter, and you talk about like eyes go to you. I don't want to say everybody stops what they're doing, but everybody looks to the doorway and see Hulk Hogan. And of course, Brooke, his daughter, is 6 foot, like 5'11", long blonde hair, gorgeous. I think she was like 17 at the time. So you have these two people walking in a room who you can't help but notice.
Yeah.
And Hulk Hogan did the same thing. He went to everybody and did those interviews to help get his daughter over. That's these artists who these established artists or established athletes or established people in other fields use their platform to introduce younger people. I don't know that it worked out for any of them. I don't remember what group Usher had. I don't remember the name of the dude Floyd Mayweather was walking around, and I have no clue what Brooke Hogan is doing right now.
Brooke Hogan got famous for a little bit though. They had a show.
She got some. Oh yeah, that show did some damage to that family, boy.
Jeez.
And they made they made the rounds too. I think that was the first time I saw Hulk Hogan, but I used to see. We'd go to do those radio things, and him and his family would be there promoting that show for. Not to be, I think, till they broke up, like until the show ended, and they, everything went like bad because Nick had that accident, and I think someone died in it. Like it was bad. And I don't know how we got there, so sorry. I'll hit the
Carter 2 came out yesterday.
Was that the only one? Did you have another on this date, but not on this date? That was it.
On this yesterday in 2005, the Carter 2 dropped.
What is your favorite? Is that your what's your favorite, like your favorite album period?
My favorite album period?
Yeah.
Well, since a whole catalog has been erased, it's not as easy
yep. It's gone. It doesn't exist. It does not exist.
As it used to be. I would say, I don't know if I have a favorite, but the Blueprint is up there.
Mm.
I got about 10 albums that I love, right? Like the Blueprint, love Thug Motivation 101. I love Confessions, the album.
Mhm.
Donnell Jones, Where I Want to Be, the album.
Mm.
I mean, Joe, All That I Am, the album. Like Jamie
R&B dude.
Unpredictable is
Yeah.
an unbelievable album.
Yeah, it's a great album.
So yeah, and in my hip hop, like I love Ready to Die. I think I love Life After Death maybe a little bit more though. Life After Death was so perfect.
If Life After Death was a single disc, it would have been perfect.
Oh, wow.
Same with All Eyes on Me. If you had put
Mhm.
All Eyes on Me onto a single
All Eyes
disc,
on Me
it would have
One
been
of my favorites
it
too.
would have been flawless.
Victory Lap is one of my favorite albums of all time. Love Victory Lap.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. There is a Christmas station out there that I was about to tell you to go listen to. We're going to dive back into the Kings here in just a minute. Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast is going to join us in just a couple of minutes. I don't want to let this go. It is noteworthy, but perhaps not as noteworthy as it could be. Beginning January 15th, any NBA player who is not fully vaccinated will be unable to enter Canada to play games in Toronto. That is a Canadian government mandate that we're going to require all individuals entering Canada to be fully vaccinated. I'm a bit unclear on the term fully vaccinated because it appears in NBA. Now remember, this is a Canadian government mandate. In NBA circles, the term fully vaccinated is now and will over the course of the next couple of weeks start to include the booster shot. So it's not the 2 shots, it's the 3 shots that labels you fully vaccinated. And I thought, man, this is another interesting dynamic. It's a little bit more extreme version of Brooklyn, San Francisco. And then I looked like a little bit closer and went, well, this would probably have been a bigger deal 2 years ago. I'm not sure Toronto's getting to the postseason.
Oh, I see. I get you. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the fact that they're not is because the NBA has like a vaccination rate, I think, of like 95%. So you'll almost certainly, even if you have a guy here or a guy there who's not vaccinated, you'll have enough to take a team to Toronto. The fact that Toronto's probably not a playing team, I don't know that that's going to sway anybody. I don't know if it's going to change anything for people.
I think no, help me out with this because it sounds interesting. Like
you just went from blurry to 8K, by the way. You look phenomenal now.
Switch.
You look good. You look good. Sorry, that was a very visual aspect for the radio show. My apologies, but I was reading that note and I looked up at Kenny and it was like, oh my God, it's like you smile and the sparkle pops off your teeth now all of a sudden.
I just flipped the switch.
I like it. All right.
I don't know nobody else is doing this. Drake bars on a Tuesday, on an off day.
What?
So help me understand this. Does this potentially mean that the Raptors have to move again?
I don't think so.
Because they have to be, well, we don't know what fully vaccinated is, right? But they have to be fully vaccinated to get into Toronto.
Yeah. Correct. Let me like dig a little bit further here because some of these tweets I actually found a little bit confusing. See, NBA informed teams today that unvaccinated players will no longer be allowed to travel to Toronto to play games. That's beginning January 15th. All visitors entering the country must be vaccinated. Teams must furnish the league office with a list of unvaccinated players. The NBA says 97% of its players are vaccinated. Okay, so the NBA says 97% of its players are vaccinated, and sources say more than 60% have received booster shots. So maybe that's not in the Canadian government's thinking, the booster shot. I just, from a memo that went out from the NBA, it sounds like the NBA is starting to look at fully vaccinated in terms of your access to players as including the booster shot. And I think that includes players as well.
Right.
So again, going back to something we were reading on Friday or Saturday. Yeah, it's. I hate talking about this stuff, honestly. It's just I thought it was an interesting note because at first I thought, boy, this could be something, and then I looked at Toronto. I was like, oh, it might not be, because I think I mean teams are all about winning, right? Like so, like you look at Toronto. Okay, we'll just miss Toronto. It's that I'm not gonna miss a playoff series. I'm not gonna miss a playing game, but it's Toronto. They ain't there.
Yeah, like you said, this might have been a bigger deal 2 years ago. But they're 11-13, I think.
I mean, they're there. I mean, they're there. They're not dead, but the East is a little bit different. Yeah, they're 11-13. That's good for. They're 5.5 games out of first. It's not like the season's over for them. I don't know whether to make heads or tails of Toronto.
Well, to bring it home, is this going to be an issue when the Kings play the Raptors? Well, like next week?
Is it? I think we've I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I've never heard a number on the Kings. Like we had heard 100% for the Lakers. I don't think I ever heard one on the Kings. We speculated that someone wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was just because that someone was being weird, but that someone's weird sometimes. Like, I don't know if that dude is or not. Like, I have no idea.
Wow. So we'll find out now.
Well, no, we won't. We won't because it's January 15th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're good. I thought it was.
So he going to go crip walking into Toronto like, what was good? I'm straight. I'll find out. Like we need to. We'll make that a note. We'll ask James. I never saw that. I never saw a report come out that said whether the Kings were or weren't 100% vaccinated.
So it won't affect them. They make their one trip to Toronto next week, right? I think it's next week.
Yeah, I think it's part of that upcoming road trip. A couple of quick hits, real quick. Paige Beckers is out 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, but thank goodness. I thought she was done.
I heard about the injury. I didn't see the actual injury.
When you saw it, I was that's it. Shoot, that sucks. Oof. Don't care for UConn, but that young lady is spectacular. Yeah. But I mean, 6 to 8 weeks. It was like and it's something terrible. It's like a fractured. It's something awful. Yeah. And so she's out 6 to 8 weeks. So a little update on that note right there. I thought it was much, much worse. So I'm glad it's not.
Well, that's good that it's not anything worse for sure. One of the rising young stars in the game of basketball, period. So and she like big time NILs, and she have like Gatorade or something like that.
Yep. She got some good ones. She got and who just got the Steph one? Oh, AZ Fudd she just got the Steph Curry joint. Them NILs, boy, they are going to change everything. They're changing the whole game.
The interesting thing, and this isn't new, but we saw another one again with the young man out of Oregon. So Oregon's coach leaves. Cristobal is going to Miami. He's not going to coach in the bowl game. And then the defensive lineman is projected to go number 1 in the draft. I think it's Thibodeau or something like that. He's not playing in the game.
I saw that. Yeah.
Like it almost feels like if you're projected to go in the first round and your team is not in a college football playoff, why play?
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder how that, I mean, this is just what college football is now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I ain't mad at it. I get it.
No, I understand.
You got coaches bolting teams who have an opportunity to play in the college football playoff.
Yeah, man, I understand.
Getting accents on the way.
But the other thing about that is I saw over the weekend that the expansion for a college football playoff is losing steam. So losing steam here, and we may be stuck with the 4 for a little while longer.
I don't think we'll be stuck with the 4. I think what it is they realize, let's just get the rest of this money on this TV deal. When is our first ability to renegotiate, and we'll do it then. Like, what is there even to think or talk about? Hey guys, I found a way we can make tons more money. Who's gonna be like, nah, let's not. All of these games that are being played anyways could be playoff games.
Yeah.
Rose Bowl, that's a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
And Chick-fil-A Bowl, it's a playoff game.
You would get these guys to play in the games.
You get it because you get an opportunity to win something. Like,
right.
You really win something.
Right. So,
wow, man.
By the way, full transparency, I'll save it for Friday.
Oh, that's a long tease. It's Tuesday. Am I supposed to remember? Am I supposed to? Hey, can you remember at 3:11 when you said?
I guess I can say now. I was gonna full transparency. We didn't get around to my I get money bets of the week over the weekend. I went 1 and 2, which put me under 500 for the first time in weeks.
What the hell didn't we get to it?
Things are moving fast. We went a little long. Trista.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Friday was wild. This Friday is going to be exactly the same. It's going to be Trista to Kyle to James.
So I had Utah beating the brakes off of Oregon. It was like -3.5. I was like, give me that money. But then I had Georgia beating and covering over Alabama. That went left. And then what was the last one I had? I didn't go Michigan because I try to stay away from the teams that I like and betting on them and saying anything. But I forgot what the other game was, but it didn't hit either. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm now 13-11 on the season. Can you believe that? 13-11. Mm-hmm.
Well, the Sacramento Kings.
I had Oklahoma State 5.5 over Baylor. Didn't hit.
Okay. I wouldn't have. Okay. This is probably good to just.
I could have
appreciate it. No, you could have. You could have. Yep. Yes, indeed. The Sacramento Kings, though, are 10-14. They're well below 500. We'll talk Kings basketball with the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, Matt George, joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I get it.
Making chicken salad out of chicken shit. Man. Goodness gracious. This show has been a minimum of 7.5 hours. We was on the call today like, man, what are we going to...
And tomorrow's
stretch out.
A little better, but it's more the same.
It's going to be the same, man. Almost called Matt and asked him to join us 2 hours ago. He's over here dying like this. What's up, Matt?
What happened?
We're just dying. That's all right. We're just dying in front of everybody watching.
I'm on your will.
Yeah. I left you. I have a candy dish right outside the studio in the loft.
And what's
that
it?
I look at it every day at 2:15. I think, you don't want that juice. Just go grab some candy. Like, just do what Kenny would do. Kenny would go grab some candy. That perk you up for the next 2 hours. You'd be straight. And instead, I walk past it, go downstairs, and get my green juice.
What the hell is
That's
juice?
the way to do it.
It's juice.
Green juice. You mean Mountain Dew?
Vegetable. You're gross. You are gross.
Goodbye, everybody.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, just busting out the Christmas sweaters finally. It's Christmas sweater weather, baby, which means it was like kind of cold, but not really.
Man, it's cold.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
It's cold and it's dark.
That's California cold. That's not real cold.
About to curl up and go to bed.
Sleeping in sweats.
Sleeping in sweats.
I did lay down with a sweatshirt on last night, and then I was like 10 minutes. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I can't sleep. In
Take
that
this
stuff,
off.
man.
Oh, I can't either.
The other night, unintentionally, I slept in the hoodie. I wasn't trying to, but I was warm. I didn't get up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I fell asleep on the couch in jeans the other day, and it was the most uncomfortable waking up I've ever been. Just waking up wearing jeans. It's just gross. It's like the worst way to start a day.
It's just gross.
It's just gross. Just wake up, Levi's. Gross.
don't know what you guys are talking about. It's not cold. What would you call this?
It's cold.
Wear a jacket. I was outside on Saturday afternoon. Shout out to my man Daryl Roberts and the Roberts Family Development Center.
He was out there with some of my people. I saw you, and then I saw a couple other stories. I was like, okay.
Oh man, I wish I would have known.
Yeah, I wish I would have too.
I say all that to say though, I was out there watching the festivities, and I was cold. I had a jacket on, a hoodie, had the wool jacket and a hoodie, and it was chilly out there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Mayor Steinberg, he said he thanked us for everything we do for the city.
Oh, you're welcome, Mayor Steinberg. We got you.
Why
Didn't say
As the shirt says, we're for the culture.
Didn't say he listened to the show or not. He just said thank you for everything you do for the city.
Well, look, you're welcome. You're welcome, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Matty Ice.
What's up? What's going on? How can
Kings
I help?
Basketball. We're gonna talk some Kings basketball here.
I've had like the best 4-day stretch where it's just feeling good, wondering what's going on, what's different, why have I just had 4 straight good days? Oh, I realized the Kings only played once. It's weird.
I don't think that's what it is.
Oh, I think it is.
No, I don't think that's what it is. I know what it is. I'm gonna tell you, but I'm gonna tell you on the air.
You can't tease me like that.
I can. It's a tease. It's not even. It's 3:17. We're going to be coming back any second. It's a good one.
Stephen Brown, relax.
It's -8 in Minnesota. Goodness gracious.
Is Poker Pro Eric in the chat?
Sometimes.
I want to
He was
Poker
here
Pro
earlier.
I want to Poker
Yeah,
Pro
he's
to
right
know
there.
that I ran good in a tournament. My first tournament in 3 years. Played a poker tournament and I took 18th out of 560.
Man, that's pretty good.
Cashing in.
Nice.
Should have done better, but I got unlucky.
Are you talking about Miles Turner, Tyler? You just hit Turner in all caps. Are you talking about
What happened?
Who are you talking about?
What happened?
I don't know. I'm just trying to catch up on what's going on. It's always a bad idea to try to catch up with stuff going on in the chat.
Oh, I just checked Twitter so quick to see if Miles Turner was traded to the Kings. Oh, I would have been so happy.
Maybe he's saying. I think he's saying we need to. That needs to be the guy to go get. I think that's what he's saying. All right, guys, we're coming back. Hang on. On the Odyssey app, on 1320 AM on your radio. And of course, you can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. As we welcome in our buddy, the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, our man, Matt George. Matt, you were talking about how things have just been great the last 4 or 5 days, and you couldn't quite figure it out. And then you had this, well, dare I say, epiphany.
Yeah.
It was because the Kings have only played once.
Yeah.
That's cap. I know why it is.
Uh-oh.
I know why there is this sudden, this burst of life in Matt George. It's not the wife. It's not the baby. It's not the Kings.
Definitely not the wife and baby.
Oh, damn.
It's definitely not the wife and baby.
They said it again. Damn.
It's Marvin Bagley. The fact that Marvin Bagley is playing well again, it is brought some life into Matt George.
You know what? It's the wife and baby. You're right.
Yep. See.
Hey,
I think that's what it is. I think
he's playing well. I'm happy. I'm about it.
I think subconsciously you're thrilled to see your boy Marvin Bagley doing his thing again.
My boy is a loose term, but I'll take it. No, I'm happy to see Bagley.
Raise your
out.
hand if you made multiple rap videos about Marvin Bagley.
It was only one rap video. The other was a ballad.
Okay, that's very true.
And they were both bad. But yes, I did make them. That was a different version of me, a different time. That's content that lives elsewhere that we don't talk about here anymore, right?
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, but in all seriousness, Marvin is playing well. The team overall, over the course of certainly the last 2 games, are playing well. But really, they've won 4 of their last 6. They've won 4 of the 7 that Alvin Gentry is coached. And this is what Kenny and I were talking about earlier. You could do anything with numbers. 4 of 7 doesn't sound nearly as good as 4 of 6. So we can just chop off that loss and say 4 of 6. Of course, what stands out to everybody, Matt, is the 2 games that they lost were really, really bad. The Memphis loss and the Lakers loss, which leads us into tomorrow. The entire fan base is frightened, understandably so, because we're going against a 5-win Orlando Magic team.
Oof.
And they're doing so at home, which I'd have more confidence if this game was in Orlando for some reason. I don't know what is the deal with this team in winning basketball games on their home floor. Maybe it's the fact that they half the time that building is filled with the opposing team's fans, which I don't think they have to worry about too much with the Orlando Magic game. I always look forward to going to games and seeing opposing fans come in because I'm looking for the most obscure like opposing jersey I can find. And I wonder which one the Orlando Magic is going to be. So I'll get back to you on what that is. But I don't understand the Kings' inability to win and defend their home floor. I know Alvin Gentry's been super frustrated about it. But if we're talking about this team bare minimum making it to the play-in, and the hope is that the Kings would be able to host a play-in game. At this point, I think that might be a freaking disadvantage for this team if they hosted a play-in game. Hell, we want 2 on the road. Let's go.
No, my. Look, man. I talked about it earlier. There is a world where on Thursday morning, we wake up, we're getting ready for D-Lo and Casey, you're getting ready for Locked On Kings, or if you do it on Wednesday night, where after everything that's gone on, the Sacramento Kings could be sitting there like the 9th seed. If things go, it doesn't even a lot of things that have to go right.
Yeah.
Timberwolves lose, Blazers lose, Kings win, and you're like in 9th. So it's another opportunity for this team.
So pathetic. Pathetic that we're so excited about 9th seed and 10th seed.
Excited isn't the issue. We're not excited. We're just looking at what's going on. Mm-hmm. But look, before we even get into being excited about the 9th, do you even believe that it could go down that way? These are the opportunities that have presented this team for numerous different times over the last few years, and they never cash in the money in the bank. Why is Wednesday going to be any different?
That's a wonderful question that I don't think anybody who has covered this team realistically has a legitimate answer to. You can't, we're going to be figuring out what version of the Sacramento Kings shows up against the Orlando Magic as soon as that game starts tomorrow night. However, the one piece of confidence that I guess I will give Kings fans is the Kings over the last couple of seasons have played really, really well coming out of time where they've had practice. Like they did so last season. I remember when they had back-to-back games in Memphis that were canceled because of COVID, I believe. And coming out of that was like where the Kings were struggling a little bit. They were floundering. They come out of that and they played really, really well in that game, won that game. And I think that started one of their best stretches last season. And then we saw the Kings get some time off. They come out in that second Clippers game, and they weren't really hitting shots, but they played well. Especially, they looked bought in or dialed in. I said it was one of their most complete efforts, like full 48-minute efforts that we have seen from this team so far this season. So with that expectation, I think the Kings get off to a good start against the Orlando Magic. Does that mean anything? No, because we see this team and their ability to collapse in one quarter and erase any kind of lead that they have. Mm-hmm. But I guess the confidence that I have with that game specifically, Kenny, is the Kings coming out of practice time, typically being able to build on that. And then in terms of looking at that 10th or 9th seed, I say it's pathetic and I roll my eyes because, I mean, the play-in's the play-in, so you'll take what you can get. But the fact that this bar is still so low and the Kings are scratching and clawing and fighting this hard and we're questioning so much their ability to reach that bar is an indication of this team and where they're at in itself. But hey, you got to start somewhere, I guess.
What do you think of all of these? You know, I feel like trade season is about to hit overdrive next week when we get to the 15th. The Portland reports, the Indiana reports. Is there anything there that Indiana is the one that we've really been stuck on and we've been talking about? Obviously, Sabonis is he's an incredible talent that would probably require the movement of De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton, or certainly a player that you absolutely love. CJ McCollum is not. He's an incredible player. doesn't seem to fit the Kings, but those are two teams right now that look like they're going through absolute hell. At least they are through the media.
Yeah.
And, you know, fans like us, we're just picking them apart. Hey, can we get this one? Can we get this guy? Can we get this guy? What do you think about those reports that popped up over the last couple of days?
And it's funny, D'Lo, to your point. Oh, can we get this guy? Can we get this guy? Sure, it's going to cost that guy though. Oh, that's terrible. Don't do that. It's like, what the hell are you talking about, Kings fans? Your team is terrible, and you have to give up value to get some sort of value. Like, I still think the league is on hold for what's going to happen with Ben Simmons. Like, it still just feels like everybody's just kind of waiting. Like, once we get any kind of indication of what's going on with Ben Simmons, then I think chaos is going to start a little bit. But maybe that's changed now that the Blazers are doing what they're doing, and Dame is putting some pressure on that organization to make some changes. But the reality is, what I want from this trade deadline is the same thing that I wanted from Monte McNair this last offseason, which is I'm ready for a swing for the fences move. Like, I don't care about the fear of it going sour and the Kings missing the playoffs again and failing again, because they've been a failure for a decade and a half. Like, I'm all for Monte McNair, whether it potentially costs him his job or it secures him his job. If Monte is calling about Sabonis, calling about Miles Turner, although I don't think, as much as I like Turner, I don't think Turner moves the needle that much, calling about CJ, calling about Simmons, if Monte's setting up to trade away a player that we love, like a De'Aaron or a Tyrese or a Davion Mitchell, which it doesn't make sense to me why there's so many fans that are opposed to trading Davion Mitchell for something of value. Then if that's the move, I'm all for it. I'm ready for it. I think that's what needs to happen for the Sacramento Kings, really, to make up any kind of significant ground, more than just scratch and claw their way into a play-in and maybe make it, maybe not. And then this offseason, we're back to, well, who is going to be on this roster? Who's not? Is this roster good enough? And who the hell is going to coach it? Like, at that point, we're pretty much in the same situation. So I'm all for Monte McNair getting involved. I want to see the Kings involved in any rumor, whether it's true or not. And I'm all about it. Like, I can't wait to
just
see.
lie to Matt. He doesn't care. Just lie to him.
Absolutely. I'm about it. I want to see fake Woj accounts tweeting me. I'm ready. Bring it.
Okay. Don't worry. Kenny will find those.
I mean, they just come across my timeline. I get fooled sometimes. But Matt, so you would be good Sabonis, LeVert for Buddy, Bagley, Tyrese, and a first-round pick?
Yes, I would.
Oh,
And it's not because, and people might call me crazy for trading Tyrese, and it's not because I don't have any love for Tyrese Halliburton. The Kings just need to do something, and they're not going to make a major splash move. And Domantas Sabonis is a good player. Like, I was thinking about this today, like, if the Kings acquired Domantas Sabonis without trading away De'Aaron Fox, is Fox still the best player on this team in theory, or is Domantas Sabonis the best player on this team? I think it's still Fox. I think maybe it's 1A, 1B. It's pretty close. I don't know. Like, I think that move makes the Kings better. I don't know how drastically better. But I'm okay with the Kings trading away Tyrese if it makes them better. I'm okay with the Kings trading away De'Aaron if it makes them better. I'm sure as hell okay with the Kings trading away Davion Mitchell if it makes them better and they get more of a proven talent. Like, as much as I like Tyrese, he's not proven yet. De'Aaron still has something to prove, even if he's gotten a max contract in the league. Like, Domantas is a good player. So CJ McCollum is a good player, even if both of them haven't won a championship or anything like that. They've done a lot more than most of this roster has in Sacramento. So absolutely, I'm for it. Like, I don't want the Kings to make a stupid move where they sell everything for like a 1-year rental or anything like that. But be aggressive and try something, because what you're doing isn't working, and it hasn't worked for 15 years, even if Monty's only been here for 2 or 1.5.
Well,
do you think Tyrese can approach CJ level?
I think Tyrese could honestly be all around better than CJ. I don't know if Tyrese can ever be the scorer of CJ McCollum, but I think Tyrese can be the facilitator. And I've actually gone back and forth debating with myself, like, who would I rather give up, Tyrese or De'Aaron Fox? And I picked Tyrese because Fox I've seen more of, and I know what Fox is capable of. But if you were to ask me who's better between Fox and Halliburton at running this Kings team, and who do the Kings rely on more when they need to get a bucket and execute a set, it's been Tyrese Halliburton this season. So in comparing Tyrese to CJ, Tyrese is a significantly better playmaker than CJ McCollum is. Maybe not significantly right now, but I think he can be. In terms of a scorer, I have more faith in CJ. So that's where I would give CJ the edge. Plus, he knows what it is to at least make the playoffs and win at a somewhat decent level versus Tyrese hasn't gone there yet, but he's only in the second season, so that's not really fair. But I do, to answer your question, think in the long run, Tyrese can, not will, but can be an overall better NBA player than CJ McCollum is.
So would you make a move for, like, if it was the same thing I told you, Buddy, Bagley, and Halliburton for McCollum and Nurkic? Would you make that move?
Oof. I heard you guys discussing this move earlier, and my hesitation with this is if Nurkic comes, what do you do with that one? I'm a little less interested in because I just don't know how much better CJ with this core makes this Kings team. I don't think it moves the needle that much versus Domantas Sabonis, in my mind, has the potential to move the needle more because CJ has always been a complementary piece. And hey, maybe the Kings need a complementary piece next to De'Aaron Fox. But also Tyrese can be that complementary piece.
I think you need a complementary piece at a different position.
I agree. Yeah, I think you need a four. Like you need that wing or that like who can play both that 3-4 spot. But I talked about this on a recent podcast. Like I think the idea of trading Harrison Barnes is foolish unless you're getting a I cannot refuse this trade package, which you're not going to get, because if you're trading away Harrison Barnes, you're trying to get someone at his position that does what he does. So, and you're not going to get something better for Harrison Barnes at that position immediately. So unless the Kings are trying to tank, blow it up, and don't care about winning anymore this season, trading Harrison Barnes away is a bad move. So if I'm trading a guard, one of my many guards that I have, or packaging some guards together, I'm trying to get someone that I can plug in at that 4 spot and don't have to ask questions anymore.
Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast with us here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Speaking of Harrison Barnes, he's been absent the last few games. Looks like he's about to return. How do you think that plays into kind of the dynamic of, minute distribution? Whether it's, Terrence, Buddy, Mo Harkless, I think, is knocking on the door of a return. Your boy Marvin Bagley. Like I think there's an interesting dynamic when Harrison returns that I'm anxious to see how Alvin Gentry handles that.
Can you make me a guarantee, D-Lo? Can you guarantee me that the same Terrence Davis of the last few games is going to be the Terrence Davis that the Kings actually get and not the one from earlier this season?
Yes, I can guarantee that. Yes.
Perfect. Then absolutely, I'm on board. Look, I like the fact
I would rather bad Terrence than bad Buddy.
And that's where I was going is I like the fact that Alvin Gentry has taken Buddy's minutes away or has significantly decreased them. And I don't think that's going to change when Harrison Barnes comes back. If anything, it's going to get a little worse. If I'm looking for minutes who are going to get minutes that are going to take it away, I love Chimezie Metu, but Chimezie's minutes are probably going. And that's before Mo Harkless even comes back. I love the idea of minutes getting taken away from Buddy Hield. Terrence doesn't have to play as much. He's certainly not going to start anymore if Harrison Barnes is back, unless they put Harrison at the 4, which we all don't like. Or the two of you really don't like. I'm okay with it a little bit. Yeah. So, I don't care what the minutes rotation is as long as the Sacramento Kings are winning and are putting their best team out there. And like you not so subtly alluded to there, D-Lo, Buddy Hield minutes is not necessarily the best thing for the Sacramento Kings at this point in time. It really hasn't been all season long. I'm okay with him having a limited 7 to 10 shots a game off the bench role in 20 minutes. He can certainly put up 30 shots in 20 minutes if he wanted to, but 7 to 10 is like that sweet spot for him. And we don't need to go beyond that because he's not doing anything more beyond that, really.
Get him, Kenny.
Get
him, Kenny.
Look here, man.
Uh-oh.
I'm saying there should be no minutes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. And I've said since the summer, Damien, I think this is where you were going. Got myself on the back. Said Terrence Davis been better than Buddy Hield.
Yeah, okay. Hey, but Terrence Davis was ass for the entire season until 2 games. And 2 games against the same opponent. Like, we got to see it a little bit more. Come on now.
He was. All I'm saying is given the opportunity. And Terrence Davis has played well, to be fair, for like the last 4 games. Like starting with that Lakers game in LA. Played well there.
Okay.
So, hey, I don't know. I'm not saying that Buddy Hield is a bad player. I'm just saying for this group, Terrence Davis is a better player.
Well, and that's what I think is the key word there, this group. And we talked about this in detail last week. This group doesn't work together with Buddy getting a lot of minutes next to Fox and they just don't work. Like we've seen it enough times to know it doesn't work. So it's not so much it's even less of a a Terrence Davis versus Buddy Hield debate. Who's the better player? It's who's the better fit with this Kings team? Who helps this Kings team win, gives them a better chance to win? I think Terrence Davis does, because Terrence doesn't need a multitude of shots to get going. He's not going to take 15 to 20 shots and not going to take shots at 20 seconds in the shot clock from 40 feet away for no reason. And on top of that, he can give you more than just 3-point shooting, which is all Buddy Hield. I mean, and I'm trying to be fair to Buddy, because Buddy is a better rebounder, I think, than he gets credit for. And he's gotten better, not drastically better, but he's gotten better facilitating when he needs to. But that being said, he's still chucking up early shot clock threes and really shooting the Kings out of games. And I know you had this discussion with James Ham yesterday as well. So yeah, I have more faith in Terrence Davis being the right fit for this Kings team, not necessarily the better player, but he might be both.
Let that man future play.
I don't think that Matt gets that reference.
Who? What?
If you, when we're finished, I want
Future's
you to
a rapper.
Thank you. I want you to pull up an interview with Future, and then pull up Terrence Davis sound bites and try to figure out which one's which, because they sound exactly the same. And it blew our mind yesterday.
Well, he'll get it, because that's going to be like we talk about Freeport Metsu. They're going to start calling the man Future Davis.
I'm with it. Let's list it. Let's start it now. Future Davis. That's his name. What I wanted to push back on, though, Matt, was the line that, Buddy can shoot 20, 30 times in his 20 minutes. Like, it doesn't matter. Get all of the shots you want to while you're in there.
Oh, no, I'm not saying he wants or he should. I'm just saying he is capable of it.
Okay. Yeah,
don't let him do it.
He's okay. Because he's definitely very capable. But that used to be a way that we thought, though. Like, if you're going to put him on the bench, let him get those shots off on the bench. It's no, whatever. Just do it with that group. Now, that didn't work. Like, that's a bad strategy. And whatever has happened in the course of the last few games, because even, and this will be the fascinating thing for us to watch, I think, whether it's Orlando, Charlotte, Cleveland, or just in the in the days and games to come, is what happens, because you're right. I get what you were insinuating there. Is Terrence Davis going to remain hot? How long is Terrence Davis going to remain hot? Will Alvin Gentry give Terrence the same leeway that Buddy seemingly got? Maybe not necessarily from Alvin, but certainly from Luke Walton. Will Terrence Davis be able to miss shots and stay in the game and contribute in other ways, or at the first sign of 1-6, 1-7, or something along those lines? Do we see Buddy going from the 19 and 20 minutes that he's been in the last two games to being closer to the 25, 26, 27 minutes that we're accustomed to Buddy playing? And I also wonder, in those minutes, is it like a microscope of his shots? Because even in 20 minutes against the Clippers, 19 minutes, I think it was, against the Clippers the other day. In 19 minutes, we've all looked at. I watched the game with the box score in front of me. There are more than one occasion that we've seen 6 minutes, 6 shots. More than one. So the fact that he took 7 shots in 20 minutes, and then I'm pretty sure he took single digit shots in the Clipper game before. Okay, there's something there, like something beyond reduced minutes, like something was said, something changed a little bit in his approach to the game, whether forced or otherwise, has changed.
Well, see, I think the big difference to me is when Buddy Hield plays big minutes, the Kings are reliant upon him to win games. When Terrence Davis plays big minutes, he's supposed to fit and be a complementary piece to help the Kings win games. I think that's the biggest difference. Is if Terrence Davis, you're not going to get 28 points or 23 points from Terrence Davis every night. If you get it every once in a while, that's a tremendous win. If Buddy Hield plays, he's going for 30 every night, and he's either going to get it or he's going to get 15 and shoot you out of a game. Or he's still going to get 30, but he'll score 20 points in a fourth quarter of a blowout. That's how the way Buddy is. So even if Terrence Davis is having a bad night, okay, you should be able to overcome that. Versus when Buddy Hield has a bad night, this team doesn't look like they're capable of overcoming it, because the game plan is, here, buddy, have at it. Like that's basically, it seems like that's what the game plan. I don't know if that was the biggest gripe that I had with Luke Walton. I was far more Captain Save a Walton, as you guys know, than most were here in Sacramento. The biggest issue that I had with Luke Walton was the fact that from day one, even in his first season when he benched Buddy Hield and Buddy didn't like him too much, from day one, Luke Walton enabled Buddy Hield's shooting. Day one, he said, we want to shoot this amount of threes. I want Buddy Hield to shoot. No shot is a bad shot for Buddy. Every shot Buddy puts up, I expect to go in. And then that turned into this season. I want Buddy Hield taking more than 17 shots a game. Like, I don't know how the hell we got there, but that was the biggest problem that I had with Luke Walton, which I've seen corrected since Alvin Gentry is here. So I'll be the first to point that out and say that's a good thing. Buddy Hield is just, he's not reliable, and Terrence Davis, you don't have to rely on. And that's the difference to me.
Let's go, Carl.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Matt. You know, I see it the same way. Like I said, Terrence Davis, I mentioned it yesterday. I said, he's got a little Buddy in him, right? Like, he'll take some shots just like Terrence. For real? That's what we're doing. But I just feel like there's more ways that he can contribute, and there's other ways that he can get himself going outside of just sitting a three-pointer. Like, he'll attack the basket, get a layup, get a dunk, get fouled, go to the line, things of that nature. He'll maybe sometimes just not even focus on it and worry about the defensive end and start getting into the passing lanes and play good one-on-one defense. And it's just, once again, it's more conducive to this roster and this group of players than what Buddy may go to Indiana and do great things in Indiana, but it wouldn't, the way he plays doesn't seem to work here.
Casey, I will say the biggest thing that I need from Terrence Davis is for him to play the defense that he played in both of these Clippers games without having the hot shooting night to encourage that effort. Like Alvin Gentry has talked about before, he said that the way the Kings play offensively affects their defense. For most good teams, it's the other way around. The way the way you play defense affects your offense, especially for a team like Sacramento, who likes to get out and run and transition off of misses or off of quick outlet passes and inbound passes. So if Terrence Davis can provide the defense that he was playing consistently, and it's not so much the results, because he got some really good defensive results, had some steals, had some blocks, just played the best defense I've seen him play. If he can do that on a night where he is 1 of 7, like, there's no question he belongs in the rotation ahead of Buddy Hield. Like, the debate is over. Right now, it's still a debate. If he's able to provide that defensive intensity and effort on a night where he's not scoring, like, shoot in, it's done. So that's the biggest thing I need, Casey, from TD at this point in time, in addition to the scoring, because anytime that I can get a 20-point performance from him, and he's capable of doing that on any given night. We've seen when he gets hot, the rim gets about 60 feet wide. That's icing on the cupcake at that point.
And I'll say this, he kind of did that already for you in that first Lakers game, where he was this offensive juggernaut, but he was out there guarding LeBron, you know, and making him work on the defensive end. And he only had 12 points. Isn't a bad game, but 12 points probably felt like 40 the way TD was going at that particular time. Like, oh, I got 12, I'm cooking. But it wasn't this super offensive game. Then he still brought that defensive intensity. So I agree with you that some nights that's just going to have to be his calling card. That's something that he will rely on every single night, is I'm going to bring it on the defensive end. And if I get my looks on offense and they go down, that's a bonus.
But KC D'Lo, will he do it against Orlando? And what I mean by that is, you did it in 2 games that you shot really well. You did it against the Lakers, and of course you're going to get up for the opportunity of guarding LeBron James. Will you do it against a team like the Orlando Magic, where it's not a sexy matchup if your shots aren't falling? That's the big question for me. And that's not just a Terrence Davis question. That's a Kings question in general. Will y'all get up and play as well as you're capable of playing when it's not a sexy matchup, or when you're not dropping 140 points on the Charlotte Hornets? I have yet to see it.
And you said, Matt, that it's still a debate right now. Like, it's not a closed book case for Terrence Davis. It's still a debate with Terrence and Buddy. And for my money, it's not.
Okay.
And not because to me, it's not Terrence or Buddy. It's just not Buddy. Like, we know that it's not. Like, it's not a question of whether it's Terrence Davis. It might be a question of whether it's Terrence Davis or it's somebody else, maybe not on the roster. But it's not Buddy. You know the results that you get from Buddy, unless, and maybe, you know, we're talking about, again, we're working off a short sample size. It's a weird stretch of the season where the Kings haven't played as many games as they usually would. And all we really have to work on are these 2 Clippers games. Well, it's not just the change or potential change in Terrence Davis over these 2 games. It's the potential change in Buddy Hield, because you might have to, if Buddy Hield embraces this different role now that he has, we might have to evaluate him differently as a player. But the Buddy Hield that we've known, that ain't it. So it's not Terrence Davis or Buddy. It's like, Terrence, you've got a way to stay on the court and on this team before December 15th pass, and it's open market on everybody. And here's what you have to do. It's not just hit those shots. It's, do what you're capable of doing defensively. And I think this was just a weird time for there to be such a stretch of days with no basketball, because I have so many questions about the fact that they were able to beat this Clippers team. And it's really inconvenient for me. And all I'm thinking about is myself in this situation, and not those guys. Like, I have so many questions headed into, this game tomorrow night. And yes, I've got this pit in my stomach for the Orlando game, just like everybody else. But then you've got the Friday and Saturday back-to-back, in which they're going to go against the Charlotte team. Who knows what they're going to look like? Kenny was talking about how talented they were without some of their studs. And then you got the Saturday, second night of a back-to-back, against for my money, a really impressive Cleveland team.
Yeah.
And a guard in Darius Garland, who, if you aren't careful, dude's going for 30 plus against you.
Yep.
Easy.
And so I think a lot of these questions that we've been asking each other for the last few days, we might get some answers here too over the course of the next, 4 or 5.
And I don't think it's a coincidence, D'Lo, that Gentry is making these big decisions and trying to figure this out. I think it's a blessing that the Kings have this many days off at the beginning of December. It's a blessing to get that many days off at any point, but especially in this month of December. And you two talked about this last week in great detail, the importance of this month of December, the amount of home games that this Kings team has, the amount of winnable games, which I always like to say with air quotes, because who the hell knows with this Kings team? We can't look at a schedule and say this is a winnable game or not, because it's the freaking Sacramento Kings. Who knows? It's a coin flip every single night. But in terms of, you want to be a playoff team, you want to not only be in the play-in conversation, you want to be firmly in a 9 or 10 spot, not on the outside in 11, hoping to catch fire and barely sneak in when it's all said and done. Like, get your work done early, and this month of December is a perfect chance to get your work done. So I don't think it's a coincidence at all that Gentry is making these big decisions and trying to put his best forward right now, and trying to figure it out quickly. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he's feeling a little bit of pressure, not so much to lose his job or his interim status or anything like that, but looking at December going, hey, for me personally, this is an opportunity where I can coach this team to a really good month, get them into the best position that we've been in a long time. And that only looks better for me to actually get the head coach title, not the interim title, or get rid of that interim in front of my head coach title. I think this month of December is absolutely crucial. And this could be the perfect time, at the expense of Buddy Hield, could be the perfect time for this team to figure these things out. And I think not just this Orlando game, but the Cleveland game, this 3-game road trip coming up, this Eastern Conference road trip, I think is going to be really, really telling too, with what this Kings team looks like with back-to-back games or a lot of games in a short period of time on the road. How many changes they implement, especially when Harrison Barnes and Mo Harkless are back.
Big picture question here for you, Matt. What would it take for you to kind of believe this team? So, they won 4 of 6. Nobody believes in them after winning 4 of 6.
Yeah.
They feel like that's nice. That's good. They're doing some good things, but nobody believes that it's a precursor to long-term success for this team this year. I don't have an answer on when I would, start to believe that they are turning the corner or doing something real. Just one of those things, when you see it, you'll know it. But what about you? Is it just as how they handle this month of December, or when to say, not saying, oh, they're definitely going to the playoffs or nothing, but just like, I like the way this team is playing. They look like they've changed. They look different. They look like there's real reason for optimism with this group.
I think my answer changes depending upon the different levels of belief. Like, I'd be eager to, or quicker to believe that this team could be a play-in team before a legitimate playoff team. Like, a lot more has to happen for the Kings to be a legitimate playoff team in my mind than to sneak into the play-in, and then who knows at that point. But for a general just belief in this Kings group, it's not so much rattling off a 5-game win streak or beating really, really good competition. For me, believing in this Kings team is seeing them face adversity and overcome it. like consistently, not just on a night basis, but hey, get punched in the mouth, deal with a really, really bad quarter, or see those shifts start to happen. Let's say like 3 straight games, the Kings have the lead, and in the third quarter, the opposing team makes a run. And we're in that here we go spot, right? And you've discussed this with Cam, the here we go. Like, this is where the Kings usually fall apart, and this game could be a 30-point blowout in 20 minutes easily. When they face those multiple times in a row and overcome it and win those games, or figure out how to slow down that bleeding, or De'Aaron Fox or player X steps up and leads the Kings through that consistently, that's when I'll start to believe. Because my thing coming into this season was always, I thought this team was going to be significantly better than they are now. I'm guilty of that overhype. But my question was always, I want to see what happens when this team gets punched in the mouth for the first time, because we know how soft they were last season. And this season they got punched in the mouth and they folded immediately again. So what does this team look like when they get punched in the mouth consistently? Can they consistently overcome it? As soon as they're able to do that, which I don't know if that's even possible this year, then that's when I really start believing in this team as a good potential basketball team.
And how about, can they play some consistent defense?
That's the other thing.
I mean, like, I think all of the frustration with the, losses piling up is, the fact that talking about trades and De'Aaron and body language and all of these stupid things. It's like, yo, didn't y'all promise you would be better defensively? The hell happened to that?
Got punched in the mouth. That's what happened.
I guess, boy, man, God, that team. Not that we need any help, but they sure made us look like asses, boy. Like, but KC,
these guys.
Yo, this team is different. You see that? Yo, I know they lost by 1 man, but they put that work in. You see them working on the day. Man, that was like 4 games into the season. That feels like 2 years ago.
No, you remember how hype we were feeling after that Kings loss to the Jazz, the first one, the home opener? It was like, well, the Kings lost. Okay, the better team beat them in the fourth quarter. But did you see that Davion Mitchell strip on Donovan? Man, this team defensively is going to the moon. Oops.
Trap.
I mean, it wasn't even it was just like, hey, they may not be going to the moon.
Out of the
they ain't going to hell.
Right.
Like
we were sitting up here saying, well, at least they won't get pushed around anymore.
Yes, exactly. And that was right before they started getting pushed around again. How do we do this, man? Gosh, being a fan of this team is frustrating.
It is.
And that's the thing too. Like, it's not like there's no. That's the part that's the most frustrating about it. It's like, it's not like there's no evidence. Like, no, what do you mean? Y'all play defense earlier this year, this season. We saw it. The communication, Matt, we were talking about this earlier. Like, you hear every player regularly over and over again. And this doesn't even apply to just this year. This goes back to last year too, where they talk about, we stop communicating when things get tough. Like we're front, essentially what they've admitted to being front runners. Like when things are going well, like we're communicating, we're talking, it's vocal, it's loud. But when things get a little tight, we get punched in the mouth, we get pushed around. We get quiet and clam up. Like, no, it's supposed to be the other way around. You're supposed to get loud when things are going bad. When the Lakers are making that run, you're supposed to start communicating. And they don't. And it's why, so many fans have, and understandably so, have started to lean on just blow this thing up, because if you guys aren't communicating with each other yet, what's the point in all of this?
Yeah, I think that the fan response of blow it up is a drastic way to address what I think we all believe the real problem to be, which is that this team is not good. There are a lot of really good individual players who result to bad individual habits once the team starts to show cracks. Buddy Hield starts chucking up threes like he would in an open gym session. De'Aaron Fox tries too much ISO ball. The Kings just try one pick and roll with Tyrese Halliburton and Rashawn Holmes, and if that doesn't work, then everything completely breaks down. Like, those bad individual habits are what this Kings team has the hardest time breaking, because they're not a team. They're not able to coexist and stay together in those tough moments. And that was the thing that Walton kept trying to preach over and over again. Hey, no matter what, we win as a team, we lose as a team, this locker room's together. Yeah, I don't doubt that they were all friends and buddies and got along, but on the floor, that team was the furthest from together. As soon as a crack started, they fell apart. And it was every night. We could all see it coming from a mile away.
Check out the Locked On Kings podcast wherever you find podcasts from. You can find it on the Odyssey app, Apple, Spotify, Google Play. You could also find the D'Lo and Casey podcast. Catch up on anything that you may have missed. Matt, we appreciate you as always, buddy. And most of all, we appreciate you for listening or watching wherever you may be. Finally, game day tomorrow.
Whoa.
The Sacramento Kings versus the 5-20 Orlando Magic.
6-20.
Oh, is it 6-20?
No, it'll be 6-20.
Stop it, Matt. We are not thinking like that, Matt. Stop it. We'll get you ready for that game and much more tomorrow here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla.
Man, my brand is in shambles. I have a jersey in my closet with optimism on the back, and I'm here predicting the Orlando Magic are going to be 6-20 at the end of our radio. My brand is done. I need to retire.
You left that stuff with the bad guys down south, man. Let them keep it.
Left it across the street.
For those who are still here too, I wanted to kind of shameless plug Locked on Kings today, which the audio version's out right now. The video version's going to come up pretty quickly after we're done here. But I had Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee on. He's he hosts Candlestick Chronicles with Kyle Madsen, and he's been on the San Francisco 49ers beat, but he's been on the Kings beat this year too. He's been at Kings games. So, and he has a really big background with the Golden State Warriors. I grew up a Golden State Warrior fan, was very familiar with that organization. So initially I invited him on because I wanted to talk to him about like just his perspective on how the Kings look since Alvin Gentry took over and quickly the conversation became like how Vivek Ranadive has tried to basically recreate what the Warriors have done, but done it terribly time and time again here in Sacramento, with falling in love with Buddy Hield because he thought he could be Steph Curry, to hiring a bunch of Warriors assistant coaches, Mike Malone, Luke Walton. And then we started talking about the possibility of Mark Jackson being the new head coach of the Kings. And he brought up a really good point, how he thinks the Kings are basically trying to be the We Believe Warriors, not the dynasty Warriors that were really good, which is the wrong approach. Like, it turned into a really good conversation. So if y'all need something tonight to hold you over until the Orlando Magic game tomorrow, give that a listen, because it was a lot of fun. Sounds like a Warriors podcast, but it's not.
I'll check it out. The thing that always baffles me about Warriors fans, and once again,
I mean Lakers fans,
the Warriors were more than willing to trade Steph Curry. Like the stories out there that with the Milwaukee deal, where Monte got traded to Milwaukee, they gave the Bucks the choice. They said, take Steph or Monte, your choice. And the Bucks chose Monte.
That's when Steph was like a ankle injury riddled player. Like, he got hurt twice in a row in a short period of time too.
But the whole point is they weren't this light years. All they can see, and they can see what Steph is going to be in organization. That's not what they were. They do things really well now that they have it, right? Like that they have Steph and Clay and those guys. They do really well, but
every organization needs a little bit of luck.
You need luck and you need good players.
Kings don't have any of that.
Well, you can't also blow every draft that you have a chance to be big. And it's weird. Like, I look at the 2017 draft, which was the year they got De'Aaron Fox. I look at that as a blown draft, not because Fox is a failure, but because they had the 10th pick in that draft too. Like, Fox and Donovan Mitchell was a very real backcourt that Kings team could have drafted that year. Of course, they had Buddy Hield at the time. That was the same offseason that the Kings offered a lot of money for Zach LaVine. Like, that could have been so much freaking better than what it ended up being. But the Kings traded number 10 away for 2 picks that became Harry Giles and Justin Jackson. Like, so to me, that's a blown draft. Like, you got Fox, don't get me wrong, but you could have had so much better in that draft. You had 2 top 10 picks. That's what you got for DeMarcus Cousins, really, and Buddy Hield too. And you blew it. Like, back-to-back blown drafts where you had a top 5 pick and a top 2 pick. Like, you can't do that. You just can't do that. So, and the Warriors got three picks in a row, not in a row, but 3 picks mega right. One of the questions I actually asked Chris too, and it was one of my favorite questions because we had a good discussion about it. It was, the Kings obviously need all 3, but what does this Kings team need more? A Steph Curry, a Klay Thompson, or a Draymond Green, meaning a superstar. And obviously, I'm not talking just MVP, like revolutionary player. I'm just talking Steph Curry as a star player, a complementary important piece like a Klay Thompson, or an enforcer like Draymond Green. And we had a really good conversation about that too, because it was a mix between Steph and Draymond. So
it's interesting.
We had fun with it.
Be a dick and text Chris like, hey, Chris, come on the show. No. Not as a 49ers guy, as a Kings guy. We know you can't come on as a 49ers guy. Come on as a Kings guy.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that part.
That'd be fun. Just not even acknowledge that he covers the 49ers. Thanks for hanging out. We're getting out of here.
Yeah, I'm starving.
And I swear this show was at least 47 hours long. So go to DLoandKC.com, 25% off your order, and peep the new merchandise, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. One second, guys.